House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a subcommittee work session of the Education Committee to address HB 2, the section dealing with the merger of the community college system and the university system, New Hampshire. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar of the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are assisting us with this meeting at this time. We have Jennifer Four, our research committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will not be taking any votes in this particular meeting. Let's start the meeting. And to start, I will call the roll of subcommittee members. Please, when you have your name called, will you say, please state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under our right to law? No. So with that, I will call the roll. Representative Mike Moffett.
Alone here in Loudon.
Thank you. Representative Oliver Ford.
Alone here in Chester, New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Representative Mel Myler.
Alone in Contoocook, New Hampshire.
Thank you. Representative David Luno.
Reporting from Hopkinton.
With your dog,
With
right?
Ozzy. With Ozzy, the long-haired dachshund.
That's great. Okay, Representative Art Ellison.
I'm alone here in Concord.
And I am Representative Rick Ladd, and I also have my dog snoring at my feet. So with that, we're all present today. We also have a guest with us today, Barbara Brittenham. And Barbara comes with us a wealth of experience with dealing with higher education and the accreditation process associated with that. Does everybody have copies of the materials I believe that Barbara sent us the other day from NECHI?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So Barbara, I know you're a very busy individual and working with institutions throughout our region, our state, and the world. I don't have the key information to explain your background and what you are, but perhaps you could give us some background of the position that you have, your experience, your background in working with higher education throughout the world.
Great. Thank you, Representative Ladd. And it's a pleasure to be with you all. I am alone. I don't have a dog. I'm in what I refer to as the other Cambridge across the river from Boston. And it's a pleasure to be with you. I wish we were together in person. In July, I retired as president of the New England Commission of Higher Education, which accredits 220 colleges and universities in the 6 New England states and 11 American-style institutions in other countries. Before that, I was on the staff there. Before that, I worked in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates at Zayed University, which was then a new national university for local women. I'm on the quality board in Iceland, which is the quality assurance agency there, and Quality and Qualifications Ireland, which plays a similar function in that country. I'm also on the board of the National Student Clearinghouse, which collects data and makes it available about student enrollment and retention. If you've seen press releases or news articles recently about enrollment being down during the pandemic, those probably came from the National Student Clearinghouse. NETCHI is recognized by the federal government, that's the verb used in the Higher Education Act, as, quote, a reliable authority as to the quality of education. And through that recognition, it becomes a gatekeeper for federal financial aid for students. So students in your institutions that have Pell Grants or federal loans, it's because of that recognition. Accreditation in the US provides quality assurance to the public. This is an okay place to go or to send your son or daughter. And if it works well, it provides quality improvement for institutions and systems. I've also written and presented about public higher education systems. I find them fascinating. I don't know any other country that has anything quite like that. So I want to make a few remarks, probably about 10 minutes, and then look forward to your questions and observations. I did watch your session on Wednesday, and I'm impressed with how seriously you're taking the question before you. This would be a significant change for the two systems, for the faculty, the students, and for the state of New Hampshire. It's, as Joe Marone outlined, this is a very challenging time for higher education overall, and certainly in New England. And as Susan Heward talked about, it's certainly two different systems in terms of missions of institutions and levels of programs. So I'm not going to offer you an opinion on whether merging these systems is a good idea, but I'm going to give you some comments and observations and free opinions about what it looks like to me if you do go forward with a merger. First of all, with respect to accreditation, you can find the accreditation standards on our website. If it would be helpful to you, I'd certainly be happy to have copies mailed to each of you based on how seriously you're taking this and the expertise within the systems already. I don't anticipate any problem going forward, but the standards can be a good overall guide as you bring the two systems together to make sure they work well. I would advise that you and the system stay in touch with NETCHI. They have something called an advisory opinion, which is sort of institutions or systems asking a question, if we did this, what would you think? And it's designed as part of what I used to call the surprise reduction program. You don't want the accreditor to surprise you, and the accreditor doesn't want you surprising them. So it's a formalized way to stay in touch in addition to the informal mechanisms. Likely, if you do go ahead and merge the systems, the commission will consider it to be a substantive change, which is a term of art from the Higher Education Act, and they will approve it. And that's also in your favor in the sense that once they approve it, they've given you the go-ahead on how you plan to go forward. Again, part of the surprise reduction program, but probably also required. I want to talk a little bit about the board composition and the proposal that I have seen of 5 board members from 4-year institutions, 5 from the 2-year institutions, 5 by the governor without nomination, and 8 ex officios. I have 2 main observations about that. One, in my opinion, that is way too many ex officios. It's more common in other states to have the chancellor as an ex officio and the head of the K-12 system, generally both non-voting. If you're going to have more ex officios than that, I would give you my strong encouragement to have them be non-voting. And also you want the perspective of the state agencies and good communication with them, but there are other ways to get that. One is through regularly scheduled meetings and communication mechanisms. Another is to think of those people as serving on subcommittees of the board, where their expertise is particularly relevant to that task of the subcommittee. My second main observation about the proposed composition of the board is that the problem having people, quote, come from 2-year institutions and 4-year institutions. And maybe that is necessary, probably is necessary initially because of the urgent amount of work that needs to be done. But soon I would encourage you to set up a mechanism that the board looks at the whole and knows the new entity and doesn't bring the before with them. So they're invested in the new, that's the entity they get to know. Trustees are fiduciaries, and it's important for the success of the system that they have the interest of the entire system in their mind. People are human beings, which is true, everywhere I've been. And they will know how they got to the board if they, quote, come from 2-year institutions or come from 4-year institutions, or from that perspective. I want to talk for a minute now about the next statement that I hope you got and hope you got a chance to take a look at. This was developed with the system heads. When I was working for the commission, I used to meet with system heads twice a year. And this grew out of the conversations that we had. And it was a statement that was approved by the commission for system heads to be able to give to governors and say, here's collective wisdom of the commission and of the system heads about appointing people to governing boards for systems. It outlines some kinds of expertise that's important: financial expertise, legal, people in complex systems, people with a higher education background, people who understand risk management. I think that I want to just stop and emphasize that complex system for a minute. I was talking to a chancellor of an unnamed state who said that there are a lot of small businesses in that state, and the governor tended to appoint people who had worked in small businesses, which are obviously important to the state, important to the economy, in all kinds of ways, but there weren't enough people who understood the complexity of an organization like the system, and that was a problem. The recommendation is that you look for people that have executive level experience in the public, private, and voluntary sectors. And another reason is for not having people in the short term, after the very short term, come from 2- and 4-year institutions, is that as your discussion indicated on Wednesday, in a very few years, you may have a different composition of institutions that you have now. And I think you would be wise not to lock yourself into that bifurcation over time. Clearly, all the institutions need to feel that there are people on the board who understand them and understand their perspective. So it's not an argument against that. It's an argument against locking yourself into a composition and having people appear to come from a certain sector. There's a question about who votes. Ex officio members in some places, the chancellor votes, the presidents vote, the students vote, the faculty vote. I would argue none of those people should vote. They should all, whoever you choose to have an ex officio member, the voting members should be the fiduciaries. The board appointments are made by the governor. That is generally common. I think there are a few states where legislators make the appointment. In more states, the governors make the appointment, and there's some ratification process by a legislative committee such as yours or a legislative chamber. So legislators, you all are elected to represent a constituency. And in the best of all possible worlds, board members are not. They're there to represent not a constituency, perhaps a perspective, but expertise and the ability to look at the whole and look out for the common good. Fiduciaries have responsibility, duties of care and loyalty and obedience. So you're looking for expertise and understanding the mission of the various kinds of institutions, but that's not the only factor. It's one of many. And as I was thinking about this, I was reminded of what we used to do, and I hope this is a helpful analogy to you. When it came time to elect new commissioners who served for no more than 2 3-year terms. So we would make a little spreadsheet every year, my senior vice president and I, and we would put down who was going to be there after the people who were leaving were gone. And we wanted representation from the 6 states, plus they've recently added international perspective from the overseas institutions. We wanted role representation, presidents, CFOs, academics, people who looked after students, people who understood distance learning. We added board members. So Cass Ardinger, who's a trustee of the university system in New Hampshire, is a commissioner. And we recently added, from time to time, have had system heads, and Todd Leach is on the commission right now. Commission needed people from public and private institutions, from large and small, from the wealthy institutions and the not so wealthy. Demography was important. Men and women, race and ethnicity were considered. We wanted people who had, some of the people who had good experience chairing or serving on teams, so they understood the task of what was going on. And by law, 1 out of every 7 members must be a public member. And in fact, right now, the chair of the commission is a public member. Commissions had lawyers, journalists, and people who had served on higher ed boards, but weren't currently serving. So if you hire the right chancellor, if the board hires the right chancellor, that person will be invaluable in helping the governor select board members. And then I found, and I hope you got it also, a statement by the Association of Governing Boards, which is a Washington membership organization for people who serve on public and independent boards of trustees. And they came out with a statement that gives you suggests some options there for your consideration. One is to have, and I'm not endorsing any of these, but I wanted to put some options in front of you, and there's some wise people who worked on that. One is to think of having a nominating committee of citizens. One is to have some of the board be self-perpetuating, in other words, nominated by the board themselves. It talks about the personal characteristics that you'd be looking for and not just the expertise. It emphasizes that point about keeping it from being political. You all and the governor are the politicians. The board members are the fiduciaries. And to make sure that public higher education in New England, in New Hampshire, in New England is the best it can possibly be. So the main role of the board is to hire and support the chancellor and to hold the chancellor accountable. That's the main thing they do. Just as institution boards, their main role is to hire and support the president and hold the president accountable. They need to make sure collectively that they set the priorities for the institutions in the system, that they do strategic planning, that they have wise use of resource, and they can hold the institutions and the chancellor accountable for the outcomes. I would encourage that you write this in such a way that the chancellor has sufficient authority. And one question that sometimes comes up is, should the presidents report to the board or to the chancellor? And my advice is that they report to the chancellor, because you want the board to have remember, these are volunteers, as you practically are. So you want the board to have enough time to focus on their main duties. They can be privy to the evaluation of the presidents. They certainly have a role in hiring them and determining their contract, but the direct reporting, I think, is, from my observation, best done to the chancellor. Finally, I'm getting close to wrapping up here. There's a lot of work to bring the two systems together. I was involved with the main system when they moved to single accreditation. I watched how much time that took them. I'm watching and have been in touch with Vermont right now, which is combining 3 of the institutions in its public system. There needs to be, and you heard it on Wednesday, opportunity to bring the technological systems together and the purchasing and all of the kind of back office things. That's important. In my observation, this is going to take some time, and it's going to take some expertise of people inside the system and outside the system. Outside help so that they can learn from the wisdom of others and their experience. Two possibilities for your consideration and the new systems consideration are Jim Page, who's been working with Vermont and led the main system for I think 7 years, and also NCHEMS, the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems, which is the authored the paper that I think you have about community colleges. But they're neutral. They worked with a lot of systems around the country. In terms of extra support, I believe the Vermont system is getting about $8 million to help it in the first year, and possibly more after that. There was allusion to, in the reason for doing this, and some discussion Wednesday, as I recall, the transfer of credit issue. And I think that is a very important issue. It's not something that is done well in this country, in my opinion. I have served ex officio on a task force on transfer by the American Council of Education, which is the umbrella group in Washington for higher education. Their report is coming out this coming week, and it emphasizes the importance of getting the transfer issue done correctly. On the task force, when we heard the staff present, the first high-level ideas of what they wanted the report to say, there were several of us ex officio, but the task force members themselves were college and university presidents. And they uniformly said, make it more urgent. This is really important. We need to ramp up the language and get people to pay attention to this. Finally, I will say, although I know you know it, that there are reputational issues for public higher education in New Hampshire for doing what you are proposing to do. To make sure that the higher ed system has sufficient autonomy, that the chancellor can serve as CEO, that there is support from the legislature on how to get there, that the legislature reflects confidence in public higher education, and its importance to not only the state's economy, but it's to its civic and cultural life as well. So I wish you the very best. I look forward to your questions. And if I can be of any help to you at all going forward, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brittingham. You indicated you'd be willing to take questions. That's correct?
Yes, absolutely.
I do have one, and then I'll have the committee have some further. When we are talking about this broad new system involving a different board, 5, 5, and 5, and the chancellor reports directly to that board, and presidents report directly and are accountable to the chancellor. In our system, we currently have 7 community colleges, and then we have 4 with Granite State. We have 4 university level programs. That's a total of 11. Now, if the chancellor is going to have direct responsibility for the presidents of all 11 institutions, is there a need in our form of governance to have, for example, a vice chancellor, an individual? I know as a previous administrator myself, if you have to evaluate and look at performance and also be responsible for all those fiscal matters, I don't know how one chancellor is going to do it. And also, and the second part of that question, yes, we are initially merging community college and university systems. So there are those mission statements associated with each right now. Would it be wise to have a vice chancellor that has more understanding and perhaps awareness of our community college system? So there's working with the chancellor, we don't sort of put the community college in the back of the room.
Well, thank you. That's a great question. You don't want to put the community college in the back room, but it's also at least theoretically possible that the chancellor has a community college background. And what you would need in that case is somebody that has a 4-year graduate background. So I think the premise of your question is excellent about, looking after and evaluating 11 presidents is going to be a significant deal. So you do want to provide the chancellor with some support that will balance his or her and extend his or her expertise and background. Generally, there's a chief academic officer, a chief financial officer, legal counsel, often someone with expertise in HR. So I would encourage you, there are some organizations of systems. There are 2 of them that come to mind. And one of them is SHIO, the State Higher Education Executive Officers, and the other is NASH, the National Association of System Heads. They and NCHEMS could be helpful to you in looking at systems of similar size and complexity. NCHEMS could be helpful there. Jim Page could be helpful there, looking at that and giving you some thoughts about, what's an appropriate size and range of expertise that the chancellor would need to be helpful. But your question is a good one.
One question for our committee researcher. Jen, did you get the names of the organizations that Dr. Brittingham just referenced?
I didn't scribble them all down, no.
Jennifer, you
Could you
can,
go-
why don't you write to me, and I'll be happy to,
Absolutely.
okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there questions from the committee at this time? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Rick, and thank you, Dr. Brittingham, for joining us this morning. I took lots of notes, and the information I think you bring forward's been really very helpful. I sort of wanted to step back a little bit. You said you watched the meeting we had. I think it was on a Wednesday or
Mhm.
Monday this week. I don't remember what day.
Wednesday.
Yeah,
But when I think it was Chair Marone was really laying out the problems that both the university system as well as the community college system are facing,
Yeah.
in terms of enrollment. And there's been lots of, it's not just a New Hampshire problem, clearly, but obviously both systems are going to need to make some adjustments in order to address that and to provide a path forward for sustainability and making sure that they can continue to meet the needs of Granite Staters. But leading up to I don't even want to say leading up to the problem. I guess what I'm wondering is what would like a decision tree look like for deciding whether or not merger it needs to be something that's done either prior to solving a problem or in parallel with solving the problem?
well, it could depend on what the problem is, of course. I think as I look at New England states, if you can do a thought experiment and there were no systems and no institutions of higher education, but roughly the population and the economy and whatever of the states, you wouldn't set it up the way it is in many cases. And Connecticut is a great example. Connecticut doesn't have a large footprint, and they have 12 separate community colleges, and they are looking to merge them into a single community college. I'm not suggesting that as a solution, but my point is, I think if you stick with that thought experiment and say you're going to set up community colleges in Connecticut, how are you going to do it? You probably wouldn't have 12 totally independent ones today. So I think thinking about what makes sense today and figuring out how to get from here to there, I think that's a key issue. Is that the question you ask is a very good one. I'm not sure I can give you a very good answer off the top of my head, but I think figuring out the timing and what you can do when and how to keep the institutions and the systems now supported until something else happens, assuming something else will happen, because life is going to go on, and hopefully everybody will be back on campus if they want to be back on campus in the fall. But this is still going to be disruptive times. And I was also struck, and I had found the numbers from something else I'm writing about the high number of high school graduates from New Hampshire who leave the state. And I think, I would encourage you to think about that as a priority. How can we do this in a way that keeps more of our bright students here, hopefully to help New Hampshire in the long run, to keep your talent here? You want to attract outside talent, but you don't want to lose, too much of your current talent.
Right. No, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Rick, and thank you for being here this morning. The data that we got on Wednesday was very sobering, and there is this sense of the sky is falling. And I think the sense of the sky is falling is representative in the governor's proposal to try to merge the system via the budgetary process. And the question that I have for you is, in this panic state that we're in, how does one step back and go slow to go fast?
Go slow enough. That's right. Well, I mean, you could set up a group to plan it so that they come back to you with a stronger recommendation. That would be one possibility. Again, I'm sure NCHEMS could give you other possibilities for this. I think you want, I think you need to think about what is it from what you've heard, what you read, what you know of New Hampshire, of some characteristics of what you would be looking for. And, you know, it may be one characteristic would be a strong chancellor CEO. One characteristic might be, you know, the emphasis that came first from the governor, as I read things, on making sure that more students go from 2-year and complete bachelor's degree. If that's a priority to you, then I would put the stake in the ground and set up, you know, 5, 7, some number of key points and take a year to design it.
Okay.
Perhaps while searching for a chancellor, if you're committed to making it go through. I think you could, done well, I think you would have a great talent pool to come here. New Hampshire's a wonderful state. I don't have to tell you that. And these are challenging times, and this could be an exciting opportunity for somebody who wants to get this right. What your priorities, you know, I think one of the, for example, and I think it's likely true in New Hampshire as well, is to make sure you look after the community college and also look after your research university. And that's kind of, and you've got, you know, some in between there. And Granite State's got a very interesting record. So you've got a really good array. And part of what I hope you would want to do is to make sure that the missions of the different kinds of institutions that you have are supported and recognized and find a good home in a new system that you would create.
So follow up, Rick. So from what I hear you saying is that there is a need to do some evaluation, some assessment, some planning prior to making any kind of a significant merge that would lock the state in to a system that hasn't gone through that pre-planning process. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. I mean, one thing hopefully a goal that you have is to get it right so that they don't keep
Right.
coming back to you and saying, we need to change the law because it's not working.
Right.
You've got other things to do. And so what you can do to make it, you know, to increase your likelihood that you get it as right as possible when you pass it. And that doesn't mean you couldn't do something intermediary, set up something to make it happen, to come back to you in a year.
It kind of goes back to a concern that I would have, is that where you have ready, fire, aim,
Yeah.
rather than ready, aim, fire.
Well,
And it's the aiming process that needs to take some time, even within this panic state that we're in right now, to make sure that we get it right.
Yeah.
When we finally come. Thank you for your thoughts.
Representative Ellison. Can you hear me, Art?
You're muted, Art.
There you go.
Thank you. I got it. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Doctor, for being here today. Just a question. We're talking about a complicated process going forward. Would you have some sense of who the key groups are that should be involved in this process? I know that's could be a long answer to a broad question, but any idea of who the key people are or groups that ought to be involved in what's going on?
Well, sure. Obviously, you all. I think the current systems, the institutions, the ex officios that were suggested by the governor, you know, they clearly have a perspective and a stake in making sure that this works. So listening to people from different sectors, community, you know, an open process, I think, can help give a message, reinforce your message that this is really important work. There are probably alumni groups. I don't know if the various institutions or programs have advisory groups. You know, in Maine, where they have the University of Maine system accredits this, depending on how you count, 6 or 7 institutions, they rotate their meetings, go around and have regional meetings so that they can listen to people from different regions. So you want, and the community colleges illustrate that, the importance around the state of the public higher education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Oliver Ford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Dr. Brittenham. A question for you about I'm looking at the AGB statement, suggestions and recommendations for governors and legislatures.
Yep.
You had referred to them earlier in one of your remarks.
Yes.
And it's not so much the specifics of that, though they're obviously very interesting, but the sort of expectation that we could create an entirely apolitical, somewhat idealistic group to be over the university system in a highly politicized environment. Prior to coming to New Hampshire, I was in Minnesota and Pennsylvania and Massachusetts, all of them highly political. And every one of those things that we're involved in had a lot of political interplay, to put it in polite terms.
Yeah.
Any enlightenment you could share with us from your experience of working around these things, of how we can acknowledge what we necessarily have to acknowledge, but still move to a somewhat more ideal state apart from that?
Yes, and I think that's a great observation about one of the main messages there. And, you know, given who worked on it, I'm sure that was in part a reaction to things that they had seen where that wasn't involved. I lived for 25 years in Rhode Island, and God knows there's no politics there. So maybe you would look to that. I think, you know, the idea of having that citizen nominating committee is one possibility. I'm not endorsing it, but, you know, there you could set up a composition that is at least balanced and look at it that way. I think terms are another way to do it because politics change. So you're going to get some of it. You got human beings here, but so the thing that you can do is to look at that paper and say, are there ideas in there that make sense for New Hampshire now that we can at least have small p political and not capital P political in there?
Thank you.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Brittingham, for being with us today. I took, like Representative Luno, I have lots of notes as well. Thank you. I spent 7 years in the university system, or 12 if you count my 5 years as an undergrad. And I also spent 20 years in the community college system. So I know a bit about the two different cultures.
Yeah.
And here's something that I see as a problem going forward is that the 5-5 breakdown, education, post-secondary is very hierarchical. And I completely expect, given the greater numbers in the university system compared to the community college system, I'm telling you, the folks in the university system are going to be saying, "Whoa, you know, we're underrepresented in terms of per capita." I think you're tracking me a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that can be counted by the appointees to skew it towards the university. Any thoughts on that dynamic?
Yeah, I would, you know, I think having some representation, and you might even think about writing this into a law somehow, about making sure there's an immediate appointment that ensures enough continuity, but also brings in some new perspectives. And then think about how to do it in language that ensures appropriate representation. If you put criteria for who should be on the board, considerations analogous to those criteria that I recited from what NETCHI does, you want sufficient representation of X, Y, and Z, which was never quantified. It didn't mean that there had to be, 3 CFOs on the commission. There needed to be enough. And so if there was a president who'd been a CFO, we knew we had financial expertise in that person. So I think coming up with a list of overall criteria that you're looking for, and using words like sufficient, and staying away from numbers, at least after the first appointments.
Sure. Thank you.
And hopefully when transfer gets better, you'll have people who on the board of trustees who've been at the community college and went on to get 4-year and maybe a graduate degree. So they've seen it all. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Moffett. Doctor, I have a couple other questions. Having served on behalf of the speaker on the trustees at the University System New Hampshire about 4 or 5 years ago, we were starting to see issues surfacing in terms of duplicity of programming from the community college to the four-year system and amongst the four-year system as well. At what point, let me start that question a little differently. Other states, I'm sure, have had the same experience. How have they addressed that? There's a lot of ownership in all these local communities. So we have a nursing program here and we can't let go of that, and jobs are related to it, et cetera, et cetera. But in the long run, Joe Moran presented some real startling figures to us. This decreasing demographic that we've lost 20% of our population in the last 20 years. We've gone from like 220,000 K through 12 students down to about 160,000 students, 165,000 students. And that's projected to continue to decrease. And you spoke earlier of, yes, we're exiting more kids out of this state to go to a higher education than we're retaining in our own state. So we have some significant issues which we have to address. So in doing so, we're looking at a possible merger here, but how do we address this issue of duplicity and programming and facilities throughout this teeny state of New Hampshire?
Thank you. That's a great question too. First of all, there are somewhere between 23 and 28, I don't remember the number, of states that have allow two-year institutions to do some four-year degrees. I'm not suggesting that's a good idea, and they tend to be geographically large states so that students would have another opportunity. Second, looking at the past is only going to be partially helpful in looking toward the future, because there are all kinds of predictions, and I think at least a lot of them are going to be true, that this pandemic has really, the good side of it, as it were, is that it's increased capacity and in many places confidence in distance learning. So, you know, we'll stick with nursing as an example. If you were in Florida in the past, you would have said, we need more nurses. We'll have the two-year colleges. They can't give all four-year degrees, but we'll let them give nursing degrees. Now it's possible that the four-year institutions can take over through distance learning. So you've got another choice. I'm not saying one is better than the other, but there are more choices now because of the distance ed. The other thing is that New Hampshire has, and Joe may have cited the number, but it's going to be high, people with some college but no degree. And that's another, you know, idea to think about as you think about what do you want from a new arrangement is greater success. That can be a hard group to re-enroll because in many cases they left because it wasn't working for them. So bringing them back is not always an easy thing, but it's another way to boost the educational level of a state is to have many of those people come back and earn a degree.
Thank you. So have you seen any locations where they've had to close a campus? I've read literature where we're going to see in the next few years 25% of our colleges going out of business in the country.
In most cases, people are talking about independent institutions. So you can merge and close. And there was an announcement in the Chronicle of Higher Ed this week about a new transformational partnership fund. I should remember the name on it because I'm on their academic advisory group. And it's the idea is to make grants up to $100,000 available to institutions that serve high need students to talk about forms of partnership. So that's something that you might want to look at as well. They're very interested in supporting students of color, but also institutions that have high levels of students with financial need, generally students with Pell Grants. It's, you know, closing a public institution of higher education, I am struggling to think of that happening. In Vermont, you know, there was a proposal to do that, and now they have a different chancellor and had one within 10 days, I believe. it's just really hard. In Maine, their smallest campus was at Machias, and it was approaching unsustainability. The enrollment had fallen off. I think they're down to about 700 students right now. And so what they did was make it I forget the term they used, but essentially a branch campus of the flagship. And so, solutions differ. They're looking for that merger in Vermont. There's going to be, I mentioned Connecticut. There are going to be more things going on, and the geography and the character are different in every state. But I think it's an argument for looking ahead as well as learning from what people have done in the past, because looking ahead is going to be different demographically and technologically. It's also going to be different because there are things like, Google and some other of the big firms are coming out with these short-term credentials. I think it would be wise for institutions to incorporate those in degrees for people who have them. And because the degree will go beyond the workforce employment. You want your degrees to improve civic life and cultural life in the state, and as well as the economic life for people.
Thank you.
Google certificate's not going to do much for your cultural life.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thanks, Rick. And so obviously there's a couple of levels of I guess urgency here. There's urgency with respect to the community college system and the university system in addressing this, certainly along the lines of what Chair Marone talked about earlier this week. But there's also, an urgency at the legislative, in the legislature, because it's budget writing time.
Right.
And the question is, what accommodations would need to be put into the budget in order to support whether it's a study or whether it's actual implementation of a merge. But right. In your experience, and maybe some of the examples you've talked about might help shed some light on this, but what does when merging systems like this, what is the sort of the cash flow? What does the cash flow look like related to the merger effort?
Well, again, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to give you a very good answer there, but I would encourage you to think about whether you do it from I'm going to change my verb tense and assume you are going to do something here. Okay. Whether you do it now or whether you make a commitment to do it and set a date out there. In the meantime, X will happen. If these two systems are going to come together, again, they're going to need some support for integrated technology, and they're going to need some outside advice. They're going to need, the people who are there at the institutions and at the system office are, trust me, fully engaged now, given everything that's going on. And next year probably won't be as disruptive as this year, but it's going to be a hard year in many ways. So some extra help for the people who are there, maybe over summers, and bringing in some help for people, I think is going to be an efficiency move in the long run, and an effectiveness move, because you want it to, if you're going to do this, you want it to go well. And if it takes a little extra money to help it go well, and that reflects your confidence in people to make it go well, and your statement of support for the importance of public higher education for New Hampshire, then I would encourage you to do that.
So when you're talking about a little extra money, though, I mean, is that like in the context of the both systems, operating budgets?
Operating budgets, maybe you set up some kind of group that has an official charge, and you give them some support so that they can help figure out, exactly what is needed. I would encourage you to talk to Vermont, Sophie Zatney, who is the interim chancellor. I think she's interim, but anyway, she's effectively the chancellor now of the three states, and ask her how'd they figure this out. And there's a legislative committee, and Jim Page is working with them and has worked with Sophie, and talk to them about how did they figure out how much this was going to cost. And it's not the same problem, but it's a similar state and a now problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks very much, Barbara. Rick, you're muted.
Yeah, Dr. Brittenham, I'd like to follow up on what Representative Luno was, discussing. So in the next year or so, would it be wise for us to establish from membership on the trustees of the university system, membership from the community college, a coordinating council of sorts to come out and we're identifying a lot of different considerations and questions associated with the merger, everything from accreditation to transfer of credits to fiscal management, et cetera, governance. So a coordinating council working with the legislature, or at least coordinating with the legislature. We do have a higher education study committee established in the RSAs currently. And so coming out and trying to identify some of the issues and propose various resolutions prior to our actually getting into the merger, and in the short term, maintain funding independently for the community college and for the university system. I guess I'm looking at slowing it down a little bit. Could you respond to any of that, please?
Well, the more I listen to you and think about this, I think slowing it down a little bit, and if you slow it down a little bit, you can increase your probability of getting it right. This is a big step. And I think having a designated group with some people from the two boards, but think about, are there one or two or three other people you want in there also? So it's not, again, it's that fiduciary and not just, representative idea. And you would know who they are, or you can have help figuring out who they are, but somebody, and it might be somebody from out of state even, but somebody who could come in and help them think about forward, not just understanding who we are now. We need to understand who we are now, but we also need to think about where is it we want to be and how can we come back with a proposal that gives us the best shot at getting there.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Brittingham, I was wondering about the possibility in this, since we have a lot of pressure on one side for move ahead, and a lot of pressure from the other side to don't change anything, of maybe floating a partial exercise, which is an intermediate objective in all of this, which is transferability of credits. And before talking to anybody about anything else, say we would like all of them to begin to communicate about how they can make their courses transferable among them. And it turned out, at least in Massachusetts, to be really a sit down at the table kind of thing. What do you call? And we work by course descriptions.
Yeah.
And basically it was hammered out. But it gives something to say you're moving ahead on and moving people in unison without having to really spend any money. It's just done in committees. And I just wondered if that made sense to you.
Well, that can certainly go forward. And I think, it's, again, it's not an easy issue. You could have two things going on, one a committee and the other your clear message about start working on transfer right now. Sometimes it's not course by course. I was a dean at the University of Rhode Island, and we had a transfer agreement with the Community College of Rhode Island. And what we found was that, if we were looking at 6 courses, we didn't carve up the same subject matter in the same way. And rather than rewrite all those courses, what we did was take a block of them. If you took this 6, we'd count them as that 6. And so there's more than one way to do it. Is that, I have to ask, is that moose antlers on your wall there?
It's an elk. It's an elk.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to be a distraction.
No, that's okay.
If you look the other way, you see the inflatable children's house where they bounce in. So.
Okay, all right.
He shot that elk when he was down at UMass Lowell working in that institution.
Rick, I got a question. Doctor, you mentioned earlier on in your first part of your presentation about accreditation. Can you explain exactly how does that work from a standpoint on a campus by campus basis? So in essence, if we were to merge this institution, how are these campuses individually accredited? Is there a universal accreditation? Exactly how does that work?
Great question. So part of it comes back to how the Higher Education Act is written, because again, of this link to federal financial aid. And so right now, as of June, my last commission meeting before I retired, the commission approved that they would accredit the University of Maine system and no longer the individual institutions. And they did that because the University of Maine, the separate institutions and the system, and certainly the governing board, wanted more academic sharing than the accreditation process could accomplish. So if you've got, Keene State and Plymouth State doing a degree program together, accreditation can handle that. If you've got Granite State and the university doing one, the university can handle that. But if Maine was going to be as successful as they wanted to be, then when the accreditation team showed up, everything was going to be so mixed up that they couldn't figure out who to hold accountable for the quality of the academic program. And that's ultimately why they decided to go for accreditation of the system. But we had to go to the Department of Education, and we hired one lawyer instead of two because we wanted only one opinion. We didn't want two opinions that we had to get if we had two lawyers or three opinions. We hired a lawyer together to see if the way the law was written for the University of Maine system, if it could count as, quote, an institution of higher education in the Higher Education Act. And the lawyers said yes, and the department said yes. And so with that in mind, then the accreditor, the NECHI, and the system could go ahead together toward that process. I think it will, it's not a solution for everyone, but for Maine, I think it's a good solution.
But in our state, in New Hampshire, each of the individual state institutions are now accredited?
11 of them are separately accredited, correct?
Really?
Yep.
So that would be one of the issues that would have to be addressed if these campuses were to merge then.
Right. So yes, and there are possibilities there. And again, that's the, stay in touch with your accreditor advice. And if you come up with an idea, if you set up a committee and the committee comes up with an idea and they think, well, we would like to do it. We'd like to have one system. I'm making this up, and I usually make up ridiculous examples, but I can't think of anything totally ridiculous at this moment. So we want the 7 community colleges accredited as one, and we want the 4-year institutions accredited by one. I don't think that's a very good idea, by the way, for other reasons. But if that's what they wanted to know, would the commission approve that? That's when they could go in with an advisory opinion and say, here's what we would like to do. Here's some, 20 pages of prose about why we think it's a good idea and how it would work. Send it in. The staff, our corporate motto was, we read a draft of anything. They would take it to a commission meeting. If the answer wasn't obvious, they'd take it to a commission meeting, and the commission would come back and say, no, you can't do it because of X, or yes, you can do it, or we don't quite understand this part over here, or you can do it if you do L.
Thank you.
Mike, I'd like to just follow up on one thing that Representative Myler had, and then get to you in a second. But Doctor, in terms of accrediting, let's take, for example, Keene State. Are we talking about accrediting Keene State? Or are we talking about accrediting a program such as nursing within Keene State? Could you get some clarification for me, please?
Sure. So what NECHI does is accredit Keene State. There are nursing accreditors, there are specialized accreditors in various areas. So the law school at the University of New Hampshire, for example, is accredited by the APA. In nursing, there are, I think now 3 accreditors because they don't agree with each other on how it's done. But your nursing programs are accredited by a nursing accreditor. And again, in the case of nursing and the case of law, they are recognized by the federal government. If they, in any accreditor that's a gatekeeper, your business programs are not, they're not gatekeepers to federal funds of any kind. So, and there are 3 different business accreditors, and they all operate separately. If you want to read about specialized accreditation, I would say the best place to go is CHEA.org, CHEA.org, and they'll lay all that out.
Thank you. So if Keene loses their nursing accreditation from the nursing program that's accrediting them,
Yeah.
does Nechi get involved with that at all?
Yes. So, that would obviously put students at risk. And so Nechi's concern would be, what are you going to do to protect the students? Do you plan to, there's a system where they would know, where Nechi would know that happened. So Nechi would be in touch with Keene State and say, how are you protecting the students? Can you arrange for them to transfer someplace? Sometimes specialized accreditors will say you lose it at the end of that, if they come in October and make a decision, you've lost it in May, so that you're not disrupting the current students, that the program would be accredited until they graduate if they're seniors. But Nechi's concern is, what are you doing to protect students? Are you planning to fix the problems and go back? And then depending on what the problems are, sometimes it's a question of, is the problem here a general problem? So again, I'm going to try to make up an example here on the fly. Nursing lost its accreditation because the library is locked and they don't have electronic access. And so nursing students can't get library materials. That's obviously a problem that the nursing accreditors found it, but it's obviously a problem that would affect all the students at Keene State. Sorry, we're picking on Keene State.
So in follow-up just on this topic, so then we're talking about the system as it exists right now, currently. What happens if we decide we're going to have our nursing program as part of the overarching whole umbrella new trustee system? And so we're talking about now getting our nursing program for Keene, UNH, for Plymouth State, for all the community colleges accredited as a one program. Is that possible? And are there any institutions doing this?
But the simple answer is I'm not aware of anybody doing it. B, it unfortunately depends on the accreditor. So there may be accreditors out there who would do that, but I'm sure not all of them would, and I can't speak for the nursing accreditors.
Thank you. Representative Moffett.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a history guy, but if I was to quantify this, it would start off with an equation, 7 + 4 = 11, which is pretty simple. But then as we keep working this equation, it gets bigger and bigger, and there's variables. Anyway, I want to bring up one variable that we haven't touched on, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but Washington, D.C., I think would be a variable in this equation in some fashion. I don't know what, but I'm looking at several people last year ran for president on a platform that included free community college tuition.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the president's comprehensive plan here, real quick. It says providing 2 years of community college or other high quality training programs tuition free, making public colleges and universities tuition free for all families who earn under $125,000. Increased funding for Pell Grants. So anyway, do you have any sense of what might flow from Washington? I know there's a new cabinet official there. Any thoughts or?
Yeah, again, well, Larry Shaw, my successor, meets with the other regional accreditors, and they collectively hire, the term is lobbyists. I worked with them for years. They're fabulous, and they connect regional accreditation with what's going on in Washington. So that would be one way to find out. The Higher Education Act was last reauthorized in 2008, I think it was, and they're supposed to do it every 5 years. So they're running just a little bit behind on that. The projections, last I heard, nobody was hyper optimistic that they'll get it done now, but it's possible they would take an idea like that and write it into the Higher Ed Act, or they might do it separately as a separate law. I don't really know.
So for our planning purposes, we probably need to be careful about assuming too much out of Washington. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Doctor, we have a number of non-traditional students who attend our community college system, older students than the university system, which caters more to the recent graduate. Have you seen in any of the other mergers throughout New England or the country where there has been a negative impact to the costs that this non-traditional student has been able to get into community college for either a certificate or a 2-year degree, at a very a lessened cost than you would for a four-year degree. Have you seen any negative results that due to a merger, there's been fewer non-traditional students participating in post-second? We have 65, 25, 65, 65, 25. We're trying to get, by 2025, 65% of our kids with a working skill or a 2 or 4 year degree. I don't want to see that, hurt and lose our non-traditional students. So do we see that the community college tends to lose traditional students due to maybe the costs for that tuition increasing at the community college level when you
Yeah.
have a merger?
Another good question. MCHEMS again would be in a better position than I am to answer the question. I will say that Connecticut in, I think it was 2011, put its 2-year institutions and its 4-year, not the flagship, but the regional campuses, the 4-year state universities, into a single system along with Charter Oak, which is roughly analogous to Granite State. So it's in one system. And I do know that the enrollment at the community colleges has gone down. I don't know if that's the reason. I wouldn't, but again, that's another group that you might want to be in contact with and see if in Connecticut, people think that that was part of what happened.
Thank you.
Hey, Rick, can I ask a question along those lines?
Sure.
So you brought up 65 by 25, which is obviously been an initiative here in New Hampshire, but across the country at different, proportions and timeframes in every state. But one of the things I learned recently at an NHTI, which is the community college in Concord, at an advisory board meeting, was that 65% of their prospective students are looking for, not necessarily for 2-year degrees, but for high value certificates, and so that they can go right into the workforce. And so, given that, should the state also be looking at possibly reevaluating the 65 by 25 goal, and whether that just applies to 2-year and 4-year degrees, or does it expand beyond that?
Yeah, I think that's a little above my pay grade. I don't know. It's a good question, but I'm not sure I have much to contribute there. I will say that given the rise of distance learning and given what institutions and faculty, faculty from all reports I've heard around the country did, higher ed is not known for changing quickly all the time. But the general reports that I've heard about faculty stepping up to the plate and offering programs through distance learning has been terrific. Some of them even love it, and so going forward, that's going to be different. And I think it's related to the transfer issue, making those certificates available, but thinking systematically about how can we make sure that lets the student leave with a pathway toward a degree, whether that's a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. And looking again, and this is be a fresh opportunity to look again at the line between the credit and non-credit things that students do. At some community colleges, and I can't speak to any of yours about this, they're very responsive to local employers and come up with certificates that are non-credit in areas where maybe some other community colleges have degree programs there. We did a study, NETCHI did a study about 3 years ago, and I guess they're repeating it, where we looked at institutions that had low graduation rates. And we wrote to them and said, this is the information we have. We want 7 pages, please. I used to teach 7th grade, so I know the answer to the book report question. How long should it be? We want 7 pages of, do we have the right numbers? What else do you know about retention, graduation, and transfer? What are you doing about it? And what do you know about how successful it is? And what are you planning to do in the future? And we got back, they weren't all uniformly good. We got some back that were wonderful. And the one that sticks in my mind was, community college, I don't remember which one it was, that said, we have a program for welders. And when welders go out for their, internship or whatever they call it, the good ones get hired. And so they leave without a degree, and that it's an important program here. It depresses our graduation rate. So what we did was look at what were the credits that the welding students were likely not to have when they went out on that internship. We contacted them. We said, we're going to offer them at night. We're going to offer them online, because we want you to finish that degree, because some of those welders are going to want to own their own welding companies, and they're going to want a business degree, or at least some business credits along the way. And so finding ways to help people move along, come back, there are all kinds of predictions. I'm sure you've seen them that, it used to be one and done. Those days are gone. People are going to be coming back and back. And I think 2 and 4 year institutions, they need to keep that in mind.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick,
Yes.
one of the questions that I have is that particularly in this state, as it relates to the cost of higher education. And I think a lot of families are looking at what's the ROI, what's the return on investment of having my child go to a 4-year school when they might be able to go to a community college, particularly if they're interested in, let's say, computer programming, and they can go to a community college and get a Microsoft certificate and leave with that certificate and start at the $70,000, $80,000 level. Unlike if my child wanted to be a teacher and went to 4 years and came out and would start at like $35,000.
Yeah.
So I think the concern that I have is that how do we ensure that there are opportunities for people to have a variety of different opportunities to get their education and be successful at it, and not be subsumed by the need to go to a 4-year institution, as that's the way you have to go.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's one of the things I've learned, and have become very respectful of the community college program and the opportunities for students who have limited resources, or who may have a particular interest that they want to pursue, but don't necessarily have to have a quote liberal arts degree. I don't even know what a liberal arts degree is going to get you these days, but any thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I majored in English and history. So I used to advise undecided students at the University of Rhode Island. I remember one came in, I'd like to have a major in English, but I don't know what I could do with it. And I said, I was a dean at the time. I said, you can have my job. Okay. So I think more and more, we don't know where those degrees are going to take people and where their careers are going to go. It used to be, one got on a line and stayed on it, and that's happening less and less. So, all kinds of messages and opportunities for students to keep their options open. This is what you want to do now, but you don't know where that's going to take you. And we've done everything we can, but we need you, the student, as a partner, to keep those options open. Get yourself situated right now, but think about, you're probably not going to do that forever. So you make it so that you can go on and do the next thing. And we're there for you.
Yeah, Doctor, we've got ourselves really in a corner here in the state, as well as I think Vermont does, probably more so here in terms of our kids are coming out with very high debt. Tuition costs are like second highest in the publics in the country. And we're seeing our tuition costs undercut by Orono and by UMass Lowell and out of state, which they're attracting our students. So we are at a situation where our revenues are declining due to this, unless we do what Vermont did and start chasing these out of state students. But now they've got themselves at the point where their flagship has 75, 80% out-of-staters, and the remaining are in-state. And we definitely don't want that, but we're quickly changing. I think it used to be pretty like 60% in-state, 40% out-of-state. Now it's almost reversed in New Hampshire. So we have this problem. How do we compete now with places like Massachusetts, which are really going after our students? There's a limited pool. Orono is just dragging them out of this state right now. How do we resolve this issue if we don't do a merger?
It's a good question. I do think a merger would probably put you in a better position to address it collectively. But it's a hard problem, and it's certainly related to what Joe Marone was talking about. I remember, I can see University of Maine Orono signs. I think I saw one over near
Yeah.
BU the other day,
Yeah.
It was a great idea, flagship match. Why not? I think, one thing to look at is, and this kind of relates to some of our other conversation, one of the programs that the federal government funds is a work study program. And it's not well enough funded. You could talk to your people in Washington about increasing the funding there. But the federal government pays, I think, 80% of what students earn. They work on campus. Some of them work in the community, but most of them work on campus. And part of what that does is help bond them to the campus. It helps them get to know some of the people who work at the institution. I remember, again, at the University of Rhode Island, it was the people, we had a physical education program, and the people in the athletic storeroom, some of the students who were struggling got to know those people who worked in the storeroom, and they were the adult that they connected with. And so looking for ways to, help the student make that connection with the university, which is probably harder with online than it is otherwise, or with the community college, but, part of the community, look for ways to do that, I think is important.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Because if they're going to work and they go off campus to work, that makes their life harder. If you can figure out ways to have more of them working on campus, that I think will help.
Thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? We've had Dr. Brittingham here now for an hour and 15 minutes, and I know that we had indicated initially about an hour for her, and I hope we're not grilling you too much.
Not at all, not at all.
Are there further questions from the committee? Well, Dr. Brittingham, I really appreciate your presenting to us today and offering us so much to think about, and giving us some advice as where we can go get some of these answers. Is there anything in summary you'd like to say to the committee before we move on here?
I think New Hampshire is fortunate to have you all working on this problem and thinking about it. You've got good expertise that you've thrown into the conversation and a good commitment, and you understand how difficult this is. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I'm going to sign off here and go back and listen to you on the public part again for as long as I can today. And if I can be helpful to you in any way going forward, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, for the committee right now, what we ought to do is that take about a 5 or 10 minute break, and then come back and then discuss where we're going to go on trying to put together some considerations here. I did have a chance to talk with Representative Umberger in Division 2 this morning, and she's indicating that they're looking at possibly saying slow down on this process, and working with the systems in trying to develop some process to do that. I also offered to her the RSA that we have a Higher Education Study Committee already on the books that should be engaged at this time on this topic. And she listened and wrote down 187-A:28. So I think they're very much aware, and as she alluded to me today, things are changing by the hour in terms of how to address this within finance. So I don't think they've come up with any recommendations yet. It hasn't gone to the whole finance committee, but she has to have her report ready to go next week. So we are going to have to come up with something this afternoon, whether we incorporate the sheet that you and Mel, you and Dave put together. And of course, I put together a sheet also. I think there's a lot of duplicity between the two.
Yeah, there is.
So what I'd like to do is just take a short break and then come back here, discuss that a little bit, and then we're going to probably have to break for a lunch and then come back and work a little bit here.
So you want to break till 11:30, Rick?
Yeah, we'll break for 11:30, and then we'll come back and discuss
Okay.
our route we're going to take, the path we're going to take here, Then we'll probably have another break for lunch and then return. So let's come back at 11:30.
Okay.
Everybody hit the refrigerator for a
Okay,
second or
okay,
two.
okay, Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Are we all back? Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Well, folks, we've heard now from Dr. McKay, and we've heard then from the Dr. Don Burks and Susan Heward, Joe Moran, and Catherine Provencher, and today from Dr. Brittenham. And we've been very fortunate to have some very experienced professionals provide us advice. Now we're at the position where we have to issue some kind of a brief to the Division II, and talking with Karen Umberger, Representative Umberger, she does need that right off immediately, seeing that they're moving forward and they've got to make a recommendation. So I think our policy input is necessary and critical to this process. So I would then suggest that we take the remaining part of the time, which we're going to have today, and starting from this point forward, and looking at what we've heard and the reports that we've got, several draft suggestions here in front of us. Maybe what we ought to do is wade through this issue by issue, and resolve is this a element that we need to put forward to Division II for their consideration. Let's just have an open discussion right now, and folks that would like to, before we get into it, are there any other suggestions as to a direction that we might want to consider? Representative Ellison.
Rick, just a question to you, I think, which is, have you thought about format? I mean, what this thing might look like, and sending it over, or we want to talk about that? I mean, you might have some thoughts about how to do that.
Yeah, I'd love to have a format which is more traditional, as we've done for so many commissions and reports, when we send it back to either the Speaker or the President of the Senate or to the state librarian, et cetera. However, we just don't have that time today to go through that and involve our researcher to provide us, some review or a summary reports of what we have heard in testimony. We definitely should be in our report, including the names of those who testified and the sources of information that we have received. That should be an addendum to the report. But I think that we would start off the report, I would assume, with our task. And our task, I think, can be defined in a couple of quick sentences, much like that, I had, as the purpose of this subcommittee when we started. And it reads to consider and identify relevant information pertaining to the New Hampshire College and University system as proposed in HB 2, pursuant to, in the chapter of law. Then we go down and we start listing some of the facts that we've identified. Representative Myler.
Yeah, I think both the the questions that David and I put together yesterday and your questions, Rick, I think there's a lot of similarity there. I think the threshold question for me is what we've heard from our various input individuals is whether or not through the budget as currently proposed, this merger should take place. And I think based upon your conversations with Representative Umberger, and frankly, my concern is that there are a lot of complex issues here of which we've identified in those questions that need to be dealt with prior to moving forward with the budget proposal that Division 2 is currently considering. And that's why I think, at least in the notes that I sent to you yesterday afternoon, the formation of some kind of a group, a representative group, that can do some of this planning and some of this answering some of these questions prior to moving forward with a merger, should that be the recommendation of the final study. And I just think this is such an important issue. I recognize and I understand and I feel the urgency. And that was very impactful on me yesterday. But on the other hand, I just think there is a need to slow this down, to look at it with a time frame of coming up with a conclusion. So I don't see this going on ad infinitum. But I think that what I have sensed in the data we've gathered here is that there are a tremendous amount of issues that need to be at least looked at prior to trying to create this entity that would bring these campuses all together into one system. So I think there's a threshold question, Rick. I think, do we conclude that some time needs to take place to do with these questions rather than moving forward with it in the budget? I think that's a fundamental question for this group to deal with as we make some recommendations or raise some issues with the Division 2.
Well, I in response to that, I think we can all concur that the process needs to slow down. Now, issues associated with the budget, we do have Division 2 and Finance, which are going to have to make the decision regarding budget, whether that moves forward. We were tasked to try to provide the information that we can locate and discover that either that supports both ways. I think we just got to be providing that information. So I do not want to say and present the position that we either support or don't support the merger. I think that we can't do that, seeing that obviously we haven't had a thorough enough discussion on that. There are a lot of other people that have provided us email correspondence. I just saw something that came in from Steve Rosenberg regarding his perceptions and understandings of how this might, impact career technical education issues as associated with the community college system. And as he as a trustee or a board member in the community college system. And there are others as well. I'm not totally 100% familiar with some of the financial issues that finance is going to have to deal with in terms of the revenues and expenses of the community college system. I do know though that they're at critical mass in terms of there is no margin anymore as for making this come out even. We're not coming out even with operating our post-secondary education institutions. And that's something that's going to have to be decided by Division 2 and by finance.
So you're suggesting basically that the questions or the issues that we've posed in the questions that on both that have been submitted to this subcommittee, that we basically say, here are the questions that we came up with, forward that to the Division 2, and then based upon the the questions that we're putting forward, let them they've got to make that decision ultimately what to do with but is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm trying to say that I believe we have two very, very strong educational systems for post-secondary ed. The community college system and the university system are very effective. In fact, we're putting out students which have skills, which come out with degrees, which are valued, and we've been successful. We want to see that continue. So the bottom line is, I do not want to, I don't want to destroy all the good things that we've done and say, well, no, we got to just jump ship and do something else here. We want to better our system. And all the considerations and questions that we have listed, I'm looking at the one I have. Yes, there's duplicity, but there's 43 considerations and questions there. And the one that I received from you were, there's another 26 there. Some are similar. Yep. But all that, we're not going to resolve those in one quick period of time. We all recognize it's going to be an extended time frame to really put this place in effect and make sure we're doing what that objective is, that goal is. But there's a lot of issues associated with reaching a university system that is one. And to do that, we need to have all these issues looked at thoroughly. And I believe that by slowing down in the next year, these questions, these considerations should be given to that group. And listening to what Dr. Brittingham just said, we want to have folks there that have the content and the understandings and the fiduciary responsibilities and understandings to make some of these decisions. So I would suggest that we, if we're going to recommend anything, that we slow down, we offer these considerations and questions, but we also suggest that a coordinating council of some type be developed to address these issues and these considerations. And then leaving the decision what to do with HB2 to the finance people, and we'll obviously have an opportunity on the House floor to, address things there. But we do need to have our questions and considerations addressed. And so I would say a coordinating council made up of people that come from both systems. And maybe, as Dr. Brittingham said, you may want to have 3 other people or so in there which have expertise to work with that council. This way, it wouldn't be a commission where you have to get something through legislation.
Yeah. Right.
It'd be a recommendation that it be picked up right now and start working. Yeah. Dave.
Yeah. So Rick, I absolutely concur with I think what appears to be consensus on the slow it down a bit. I think in taking Dr. Brittingham's word, slow it down, get it right. There's some cautionary tales out there. I think we saw that in the NCHEMS report as well, right? So I think that's an important piece of this. I think we're probably talking about the same thing, but I think we got to work out, what sort of details we might want to recommend in terms of whether it's a council or a merger commission or whatever that goes in and is charged with certain tasks and maybe goes after that group of 50 questions that are on your sheet and Mel's sheet from yesterday, and I'm sure they'll come up with more things too, but I guess we had a really good conversation with Dr. Brittingham about the trustees and about whether it's a council or commission or something like that, and it wasn't clear to me as to whether or not, when she's talking about the trustees, who are the 2 boards that are currently in place to manage the university system, not manage, but oversee the university system, oversee the community college system. They're the ones that have the fiduciary responsibilities. A new unified board of trustees, I think she was talking about having obviously fiduciary responsibilities, but that would be sort of a post-merger type of thing. In a council or a commission to look into the merger, I don't think we're talking about fiducial responsibilities at this point. I think we're talking about people that have, and it doesn't necessarily have to be created by the legislature, but people like us that have been interested in this area, but also other members of the public, possibly members of the system boards. But certainly, the most important thing is who we hear from, who that commission or that council would be hearing from.
Yeah, Dave, I concur that we need to have people on there that have definitely have the knowledge and the understandings of what this whole bill is about. There are folks such as, for example, Dr. Birx, who testified and who has experienced in mergers and worked in different systems and is bringing innovation to the institution which he's in charge of. I think that taking that type of individual and putting them onto a council, I feel also that this is something which is, I don't want to get down and start micromanaging something which I don't really have all the policies and all the consideration. But for the people that are living it and breathing it and managing it, I think it's a responsibility that should be put back on those folks. And I would rely heavily on the Joe Morans of the world, or the Catherine Provinciers, or the Susan Hewards of the world.
Absolutely.
And have them come out with a working council to structure this. But I also feel that there should be some kind of, if you're looking at a flight path from here to there where we want to be, there's going to be benchmarks along the way.
Yeah.
Reporting periods where there's performance measures, which there has to be a report back to the legislative oversight or study educate, some committee that we have to ensure that there's communication going on with the legislature. That is what we are responsible for under 187A. And I think that we need to really have that communication.
Right.
One-
Hey, just to clarify, Rick, I agree with all of that. And I think we're talking about the same thing, that this coordinating council is not an oversight council. It's not a fiduciary, doesn't have fiduciary responsibilities to either system.
Yeah.
It's clearly just it's a investigation.
It's doing what we have been trying to do.
Right.
Yeah.
And finalizing it and giving some sense of direction of timeline of how we're going to be handling all these issues that we've addressed.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Dr. Brittenham said this morning that I thought was good is is to assess what is, but more important, what could be. And it's that future issue, with a foundation of what is, that I think that's a combination of that conversation that I can get excited about the future. So
I see that Representative Moffat's had his hand up politely.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Real quick, it's been mentioned a couple of times we have duplicity. I think we mean duplication. There's no duplicity around here, right? So anyway, Dave may have been, I'm trying to think when Dave became on the board at NSGI, but 1995, Governor Merrill asked the community, or at the time it was the technical governance system, to completely restructure, and precedents were lost. Very painful. Some good came from that. I think there was some savings that were identified by necessity, but very painful. I think there might be some lessons we could harken back to from 1995, good and bad. Other college experiences, I mean, Vermont, Maine, Connecticut, on and on. We've already looked at some of their issues. Of course, we're unique, but I think there are some common merger issues that we can identify and look at and apply to our situation. One quick question, one more comment. Executive Council approval, is that, would the Chancellor be subject to EC approval at some point or not?
You know, you're asking a question, Mike, that I can't answer you on that.
Yeah, it just occurred to me. My last quick comment is just procedural in terms of what we do next. I have all kinds of notes, and I know you all do as well. If there was some sort of a working document that we once Rick or Jennifer, whoever gets something started to put together for us to be able to see that working document and then respond to that might be useful. What is Karen's deadline, Rick? When do you need to submit something?
The deadline that Karen told me this morning for this report is this afternoon.
Well,
As soon
good
as
luck,
possible.
Rick.
So Rick,
Yeah.
along those lines, and I think what Mike's talking about is real important here. And you started out talking about the sort of the framing up this document with who we've heard from. I think that's, summarizing who we've heard from, extract from that findings, and then develop from that recommendations.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
also, we can also use remarks which have, if we've received written, information, we should be looking at everything we can. Because we're actually not trying to take a position, we're just trying to provide a brief which has these identified considerations that we're hoping that will be listened to and taken into account when action is taken on HB2.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if a starting point might be in the AGB form that says suggestions and recommendations for governors and legislators. Because it starts off with send a clear signal that merit comes first in recruiting, screening, appointing public higher ed governing board members. I mean, that kind of a thing, at least. They set a very high bar and all that. I realize that. But I think at least that they lay out personal experience, professional experience, commitment, and that's an important part of it. I mean, you're asking a lot of people.
Well, the governance of how this all works is huge and well beyond our domain right now.
Yeah.
It's just like the question I posed to Catherine this morning. You're going to have this new board, and then underneath that new board and reporting that board will be a chancellor. And then you're going to have the college presidents underneath the chancellor. Now, the question I had though, are the presidents going to report to some other structure, or is the chancellor going to have the authority? Is the chancellor going to have the authority to, and even the time or the capability to evaluate and get on top of all 11 institutional leaders? Or do we need a vice chair? And during some kind of a transitional mode here, does the vice chair then have more association with the community college system? And that can also then be the one that may assess the institutional presidents and have those reporting. And then the vice chair reports to the chair or chancellor. There's going to have to be a whole new arrangement of administration in that office, the chancellor's office. That's to be decided. I think that's where this coordinating council
Exactly.
would come into play. We can't make that determination. We don't have it.
No.
I agree with what you're saying about that, though I do think that having a CEO is absolutely essential. I've been in that position several times from below that. And mid-management gets absolutely crushed in that whole process if you don't have a boss who can say, okay, break apart, we're doing this. Somebody has to be able to make a decision. And if they can't make that decision or they're precluded, you can have vice chancellors or whatever. That's all just a mechanism
Yeah.
for making it work. But somebody's got to be in charge.
Yeah, that's to be discussed. And, you know, because we're living right now with two systems that have worked, but they're totally different systems in terms of who makes those decisions and who reports to whom. So what I'd like to do, if we can, is,
Art
We-
wants to say something, I think.
oh, okay, yes, Art, your hand's up.
Just quickly, I like the idea of framing sort of what we're going to put together in terms of findings and recommendations. Seems to me that helps to focus on the message, whatever it is that we want to send. But I think both of those findings and the recommendations make a whole lot of sense.
Well, yeah, but we're gotta be very careful how we word that word recommendation.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
So, because that was not what we're tasked to do. We're going to provide the information, the considerations, those elements that need more resolve.
Right.
So, yeah, we can identify our sources and what we've found and what we've heard. And like, you know, just like today with Dr. Brittingham, there is a lot of good stuff that came from Dr. Brittingham. From that, we're going to then develop questions, considerations, and that's what we got to do. So I think that what we need to do is, yes, we will summarize the reports of the various individuals reported, yes. But then below that, we've got to write down this section that, you know, well, it's partially been tackled by Dave and Mel and myself with those report. We need to walk through those and just walk through them and say, okay, that's a good element that has to be put in here, or it's already identified in that other element. So that's where I think we got to spend our time. It'll take, you know, some time to go through these discussions. And I would suggest that we take a quick break for a lunch, then come back and work on this and take, you know, we mentioned earlier, we could be going to 2 o'clock. With these sheets in front of us, we may be able to get down through some of those sheets and say, you know, and get it done quickly. I'm saying by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then having that as a report that's ready to go forward to Karen.
So what we're talking about is and Jen can put this together from a standpoint of who we talked with. That's who are our consultants that we dealt with.
Yeah,
And then, we have that as the first part. Then when we come back after lunch, we can go through the questions. I think both the question sheets are very similar.
Yeah.
I think your issues are a little more detailed than the questions that we came up with. But then identify, are these the questions that we have? Are there others that we need to add?
yes.
And then from that, that's what then is submitted to Division 2.
Yes, that's it.
I wonder if it's a good idea to attach any of these other pre-developed ones, like the one in the AGB and other organizations, and just reference them
Yes, we can
as
do.
sources.
That will occur, Oliver. What we will do is that when we have the summary of the individuals who spoke, then we're going to have all the materials that they, you know, and an addendum with all those materials that have been submitted. And for those that didn't present, there's other materials which we have. We can send a full package.
Okay.
And so
right.
it'll all be there.
All right.
Hey,
That was my
Rick, I gotta-
misunderstanding.
I got to jump for a 12 o'clock, but I'll be back at 1.
Okay, that's fine. Is,
All right.
okay, anybody else have to be, is everybody going to be back and available at 1 or 12:30? If Dave's going to be gone,
12:30 works for me if you want to get some stuff done until Dave gets back.
is that okay with everybody else? I think
I'll
that
be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think it'll hurt to start 12:30 and then Dave can cut in on it. So let's take a break right now, Jen, and we will come back and open this subcommittee back up at 12:30.
All right, good. See you then.
Yeah,
Okay,
take
thank
care.
Thank you.
Still there, Jen?
I am.
Okay,
Just had to get to my mute button.
okay, we're going to take a break till 12:30. What we also, have you listened to all our conversations we had?
Yes. And I'm starting on a draft for you.
Yeah, and when you're talking about the individuals who spoke, if you can just, not everything they said, just an overview, a summary of what they have proposed and discussed.
Okay.
So, because it can't be too lengthy, seeing that this has to get out to Division 2 today.
Do you want to summarize it? It seems like almost everyone gave us kind of a brief talking points. We could just attach those. That might be.
Well, I think what we will do is summarize each one of those persons. For example, like, today, what we had spoken by Dr. Barbara Brittenham was issues and I took some notes here. Maybe when we come back at 12:30, we could give you some.
You want like 2 or 3 sentences about
Yeah, that's
where they're
fine
coming from?
for
Okay.
this report, because then we can also list below Barbara's name how she can be contacted, so that we have that reference and for the committee. So if, for example, if Representative Umberger had a question, it would
Mhm.
be easy to call us or call her directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could also, I could put together maybe like a contact list for her.
That's right. And it might be, yeah, that'd be wonderful if we could just have a contact list for the folks that have, submitted materials like Don and Susan and,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, I will work on that and I'll try to get you something that you can start looking at 12:30.
Well, that's just a half hour, Jen. I understand you're really,
Well, I'm underway already.
Okay.
I'm optimistic.
okay. Thank you, Jen. I won't delay it anymore then.
Okay, okay.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is Oliver Ford. You call? To whom am I speaking? Oh, okay. You caught me at the tail end of our session there, and I couldn't take the call. Yep.
Rick, I'm not on any meds. That COVID shot really seemed to hit me more than it hit you. You look great, but I'm hanging in there.
Well, I'm doing the same thing, Mel. I mean, you know, it's, my arm is sore than sore can be, but
Yeah.
it's, you know,
Here's a little news, boys. A week after I had my shot, I broke out into a full body rash.
No, don't want to.
Now, for me, that's a good sign because it says that my compromised immune system is reacting accordingly. So it was good. I mean, it wasn't itchy or anything, but it was just
All right, bring
all of a
on the
sudden,
rash.
one day it was just bang, just like that. It was there, and it lasted for, I think, about 10 days.
I don't want to hear about that.
Well, believe me, it's just it wasn't inconvenient, it wasn't painful. It was just, wow, what's this? So
I don't know, but it's hurting. You know?
Yeah, I skipped my morning push-ups today.
Okay, hey, guys, we got to go ahead and start here because we are limited with time. I spoke with Gen 4 here over the period of the break, and she's working on the top part of the form, that the traditional form we use in reporting committee commission type work. But what we're going to do now is go down through the considerations and questions that we have, and go line by line and see if that's okay, and incorporate that into the report. Jennifer has an appointment at 2:30 today, but there's another person available up there in research that can help us. So let's try to, you know, stick with Jen and try to, you know, see if we can get down through these pages here with these considerations. And remember, just what she can do is she can modify them, because if they're not grammatically correct or something like that. But so let's start working on that. Does everybody have in front of them or on their screen the two reports that we're going to be looking at?
yeah, I would suggest, Rick, that we go through your list first, because I think it's a little more, it's more comprehensive than just a question.
Okay, yeah, either way, because we can do that. And then we can go down the other list too, because I want to be fair and honest and get down through everything and incorporate in if we're missing something.
Yeah.
All right. So the list we're looking at then is the one that has on the top of it, it says Education Subcommittee Representatives.
Yeah.
Lists our names. And then the first item on that, underneath considerations, questions, number 1. I took that from another report that's more of a nationwide. I don't know if it is estimated that 25% of colleges could go out of business in the next few years. We know that it's going to happen. We were just told by Barbara Brittingham that that's probably a lot of privates. So in the second part, can New Hampshire's small 4-year schools survive without becoming part of the New Hampshire post-secondary system, including certificate, 2-year degree, and 4-year degree offerings, economy of scale? I don't know if we need that one there. I'd just like to have a up or down in terms of.
I'd go with it. I'd go with the way you have it, Rick.
Okay, let's
yeah.
just leave number 1 in. Go to number 2 then. Is a New Hampshire student benefiting financially or losing faith in attending a New Hampshire post-secondary institution in which he or she runs up unaffordable debt and who has an almost 1 in 2 chance he or she would not graduate? That's dealing with the debt issue.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Anybody oppositional there? That's nationwide, number 3, from 2001 to 2021, post-secondary tuition rose over 140%. UNH has the second highest tuition rate among public universities.
Yeah.
I think that needs to
Just go ahead, Art. We don't need to recognize, this is a work session.
Thanks. I think that the issue about the second highest tuition rate's got to be in there somewhere.
And I think along with that deals with the question that Britnam raised this morning, is how are you going to get more New Hampshire students to attend New Hampshire higher education? That's
I think what you just said needs to be added in there.
Yeah.
How are we going to get more kids to attend when it's so high?
Exactly. And I think I would add that as a second part of number 3, as a question.
Jen?
Yep.
Yeah, I think Jen should be in part of this conversation too. She shouldn't be muted.
Yeah, I don't think she is muted, but she's there.
There you are. Good.
Jen,
Okay.
Jen,
Welcome.
When we make a suggestion like that, can you just pencil in?
Yep. I don't think I caught the full question. Could you restate it?
We're on the
Number
one
3.
sheet. Yeah, number 3. And what we're looking at is UNH has the second highest tuition rate among public universities. The next question, Mel, would you read how you phrased that?
I would just say, how are we going to attract New Hampshire students to New Hampshire colleges with such high tuition rates?
So that would be, there'd be 2 sentences in that. You don't
Yeah.
necessarily need that 2001 to 2020 post-secondary tuition rose over, although we could raise that because that's.
No, I think that's important. I think it's
Okay.
important, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just add that one sentence on the back side of number 3. Let's go to number 4. How does the state anticipate improving existing credit transfer ability among institutions, given that program accreditations happens at the individual department or program levels?
Yeah, that's a question.
It's a question, yep.
Yeah.
Is it legitimate?
I think so.
Yeah.
This came from the Alliance.
Yeah.
It was in their report. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, number 5 then. HB2 overhauls post-secondary governance. Within that organizational structure, what is the specific role of the chancellor? Do presidents report to the chancellor or the board? Does the chancellor evaluate president's performance? Does the board hire and fire presidents? Have job descriptions been defined beyond broad statements made in HB2, page 52, lines 6 through 13?
Yeah.
They're all good questions, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're good. Yeah.
Need to
Rick,
be
you flagged this a number of times, and I know we're not looking to make recommendations, but we did identify the problem or the disparity between CCSNH with the chancellor, with the president's answer to the chancellor, and USNH when it's not the same way.
Right,
So
yeah.
we've identified that as a dichotomy or whatever, but we don't want to make any recommendation or doing.
Well, I think you're right in stating the fact
Yeah.
that there's a different way of doing it in the 2 systems. You know,
Right.
the
Yeah.
community college chancellor, it oversees those presidents.
Yeah.
University-
It would be interesting, not for this group, but I'm interested in see how did that current USNH system evolve with a weak chancellor and the presidents? I don't know the answer to that, but it'd be interesting to find out why it was developed that way.
Dr. Ed McKay has that answer because I don't think it was always like that.
Okay.
And in my discussions with him in the past, he's explained it, and I just don't want to,
Yeah.
shoot from my hip on it.
Yeah.
So then on the back side of that, number 5, then do we want to indicate something to the effect that the role of the chancellor at the 2 current systems is different?
That should be stated. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got that, Jen?
I do.
Thank you very much. Number 6, is there an established set of benchmark performance measures to assess progress toward a successful merger outcome? Parentheses, performance benchmarks along the flight path to achieving the desired outcome is what I was trying to say there is that there's a governance outcome we're looking for, and that would be to have the singular form of governance. But then there's all these other policy statements and considerations that must be looked at. I don't know if we need that in parentheses or not, but somewhere along the way, if we're going to recommend, and maybe this should be taken out, and if we have something down below where we're going to say something about a council or an organization to look at what we talked about there in the next year, maybe that ought to be flowing down there with that.
I think I agree with you on that, Rick. I don't think the parenthetic note is needed.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
Is that where you want to also talk about the differences in the mission with the community colleges?
I think he addresses that a little bit later, Oliver.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't recall this was put together.
They make a big point in all of theirs about having different
Right.
missions.
Yeah,
And so I think we ought to be sensitive to that.
let's flag that, because I think that you're absolutely right, that needs to be in there, but I think he does cover that later.
Okay.
So Representative Ladd, you want to end at successful merger outcome for number 6, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, yes. So then we just go on to number 7 here. Read the community college system has an established educational program to provide training and education and skills essential to local and regional business. Will merger with a 4-year system overshadow the mission of the current 2-year and certificate pathways offered by the community college system? I think that's one of our real
Yeah.
questions.
I might throw badges in that too.
Okay.
What does that mean, Oliver, when it says badges?
It's kind of like a merit badge. It's the only thing I can come up with. I think in terms of scouts, but that's basically what it is. It says you've learned this little specialized skill.
Okay.
Maybe it's a big specialized skill, but that's what it is.
It's kind of a performance recognition then?
Yes. Yes. It says
Okay.
that you're qualified in somebody's program, whatever it is.
All right, okay.
So we could put badges, comma badges, and then have that. We've had the discussion in the education committee regarding badges in the past, and in New Hampshire here, we never put it into anything because it was defined so differently by everybody.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Then number 8, affordability. Will the affordable cost tuition at community college remain affordable or reflect increased costs due to system-wide revenue needs?
Good question.
Just need to put a question mark at the end of that.
Oh, yeah. I see that. Yeah. So any problems with number 8?
No.
Okay. Number 9, would the new board of trustees and appointment process be in alignment, I guess, accepted by the New England? I don't know if that's written properly at all.
I'd just take out in.
Well, I don't know if it's, you tried to ask me, I took this out of one of the reports that came to us.
Yeah.
I think it was the Alliance. But there's a question of, and I meant to ask this question earlier today, accreditation, even in public K through 12, the superintendent's office can be accredited as an administrative office. But in post-secondary education, and I don't know this, Oliver, is the governance, the chancellor's area administration, do they get accredited or is it just program and departments?
They haven't in the past, but these are changing. I had a letter into Barbara and I didn't get a chance to check my mail yet, see if she answered me. But I
Okay.
was asking her exactly about that departmental accreditation question
Yeah,
because I don't really understand it.
I don't think number 9 is needed in this right now.
Well, this does go to the question that Oliver raised earlier this morning regarding not necessarily the New England higher education, but the other one that we had.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there is some relevance from a standpoint, particularly what Barbara was talking about, is making sure who's on the trustees and what are the standards that they bring to the committee, that they just aren't political appointees, but they bring with them some of their experience, et cetera. So I do think that the concept of an outside agency looking at what those standards would be, I think there is relevance there, Rick.
So,
Well, I
with-
think that is true as far as trustees, yes.
Yeah.
so should we word it like, would the new Board of Trustees and appointment process be accepted by the New England Higher Education Commission accrediting standards?
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
take that align crap out.
Yeah.
Just, to have it consistent.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, be consistent with the yeah. That's good. Okay, number 10. Will the proposed governance structure expand and simplify or transfer articulation agreements among the institutions?
Good.
I think there are two questions in that because there are a lot of those that already exist and we don't know about all of them. So I think we have to say existing and perhaps new or some weasel language like that.
Okay, will the proposed governance structure expand and simplify? So how would you word that? Because it says proposed, does that mean new?
Well, it just means that it's just proposed. It hasn't been agreed to yet.
Okay, so take the word proposed out and put new?
Yeah, I think that's worth leaving a little freedom in it.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
Oh,
Okay, number 11. What are the estimated cost savings and efficiencies that should be expected from this merger?
that's
Put
100.
it on the end, if any.
Pardon me, everybody?
That's a $100 million question right there. That's,
Well, you might want to put a comma, if any, at the end of it.
right.
Well,
I
we
think
can do
that's
that.
the question. That's the question Karen wants answered, and I don't have a good answer, but
Yeah.
it's a good question.
Okay, I like the idea. Let's put comma, if any, in there. Thanks. Good suggestion.
Well,
Going-
and Oliver's right. I mean, that's been a consistent question that has been raised by people we've talked with.
That's
And
right.
nobody will give you a guarantee.
No.
That's right.
Did Governor Lynch's op-ed cite any numbers? Remember, he was all for this. And I think part of the rash, I don't have it in front of me, but when I saw Governor Lynch, former Governor Lynch was all for this, that got my attention. And I think savings was part of his argument. I don't know if he had a number in there, but
I think that's been a consistent position of those advocating for moving to this immediately. So.
Okay, let's go on to page 12 here, guys, gals. Number 12, with a strong CEO, i.e. the chancellor, is it likely that the coordination and alignment across institutions will occur more rapidly than within the current two systems?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, and I would put the chancellor in parentheses after CEO.
I would too. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we mean.
I
Or
think
even parentheses or question mark parentheses.
I think if there's a unified structure, unified command structure, that is a plus.
Well-
Spoken like a true military person.
Lieutenant Colonel, we appreciate it. Number 13, will becoming part of a larger system negatively impact the flexibility of the community college system to respond to student and workforce demands?
Yeah, that's one of the big questions.
Yeah. Okay, number 14, mergers must be part of a larger strategic plan and not an isolated endpoint. is the cost goal savings significantly different from the current post-secondary system?
Good.
Kind of convoluted a little bit.
Well, it kind
No,
of
but
assumes
it's
that
good.
they're trying to do any cost cutting anywhere else.
I think the savings are gonna come from personnel. We talked about duplicity or duplication earlier. And clearly, to me, the intent is to reduce staffing. You know, you need one PIO for the whole system instead of one PIO for both systems. Having been a PIO, I mean, I think of that. So I think that the intent is to cut staff, you know, somehow.
Well, that goes back to what they call it, the back office
Yeah.
structure. I think that fits into that, Mike. What's a PIO?
But, you know,
Information officer.
Oh, okay,
Shannon-
thank you.
Shannon Reed used to do that too.
it's more military talk. SOP, Standard Operating Procedure. I don't know if I necessarily agree. Labor is obviously going to be impacted, but what about program?
Yeah, that's it.
Duplication of program? What about facilities, older structures? Are we going to close them down? Are we going to consolidate maybe community college into a 4-year system at one location, maybe in Keene? So I don't know if it's just one issue that they're going to have to look at all this duplication
Yes.
programs. Do we need to have a University of New Hampshire, Manchester? Question. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like University of Maine, Augusta. Do you need that? So close to Gorham and so close to Orono. So, yeah,
But he gets around some other questions on that, Rick. It's the idea that some of those were community colleges and they wanted to offer a 4-year degree. And the simpler solution was to call it a 4-year college.
yes, they went around the barn to do that.
Yeah.
And we've had that discussion too here in this state. And we've always said the 2 years will remain 2 years and not 4 years. But that might be changing as well.
Yeah.
So what do we do with this number here?
I keep it.
Can't do any harm, I guess.
No,
I don't
no,
think so.
keep it.
Okay, number 15, are funds available to support this effort in the upcoming, I put bridge years, that came out of a Vermont study, the bridge year.
Bridge, transition, any word like that.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that we could put they may question what's bridge mean, you could put
Yeah.
transition in instead.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Mergers have costs, building, refurbishing necessary infrastructure, human and facilities, and branding. Okay, we can take all that bridge stuff out, similar to Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay,
Rick, there was an $8 million number listed earlier today with Vermont. Is that kind of what do you think? Whether that's where the $8 million goes, $8 million go, or was that just sort of?
I think you could insert in parentheses there, the Vermont legislature provided $8 million for the transition process.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me.
They all make the point that you're going to need to use some money to make this happen. No
That's
matter
right.
which one of these you look at, they all say that.
Yeah, to make money, you need money.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll insert that Art said right there in parentheses. Number 16. Is the identified time frame for achieving a governance, a change in governance, a governance change adequate? That's a big question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, any objections to that one?
No,
Number 17, will consolidation better support student services and decrease costs for academic support?
what, I'm not sure what that means.
I
Decrease
think it's two
costs,
questions.
decrease costs for academic support. I'm not sure what that reference is, Rick.
Yeah, I think Oliver's correct. Try and say two thoughts in one sentence, and I think by doing that, neither one makes sense.
Well, the first part of the question about, student services, as a sports guy, I think in terms of teams, and I'm not sure where this might go, but if, for example, if several campuses were part of the same college, then players from different campuses could play in the same team. That's more of a community college thing. You're not going to have, UNH and teams sharing teams particularly.
No.
But UNH, anyway, the sports piece of it, the club piece of it, the organization piece of it, the student senate piece of it, all things that are important parts of campus life, and consolidation of them, I don't know.
Yeah, you just mentioned a whole lot there that it'd have to be really framed or worked. I don't know about number 17. I don't know if it's going to make a big difference in our reporting here. Decreasing costs for academic support. That's a definite question. Are we going to be able to provide something at a lesser cost and therefore maybe reducing tuition cost? It's like we've had during the pandemic where we've had some students saying, hey, it's cheaper for you to provide this online instruction than it is for you to have the instructor in the classroom, or, and they're saying, some students have said the value of the online is not quite the same as having the face-to-face with the instructor.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why we have seen a higher failure rate amongst incoming freshmen this last year. They weren't able to adjust to the online impersonal way of instruction as well as the juniors and seniors were. That's what was told to me by folks out of the university.
Yeah, there are different parts to that, but I think what they're getting at in this question is, can we cut back somehow on student support? And my sense is that depends on the number of students, no matter which system you have. It's really a sort of thing related to how many people have to be served.
Yeah, because we've taken so much trying to figure this out, I just take 17 out.
Good point.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, 18. Will potential financial gains beyond those of short-term reduction in administration staff? Oh man, this was late at night, let me tell you.
Okay, I mentioned 1995 earlier today. Governor Merrill tasked the technical college system with cutting staff, and he got rid of 3 presidents. We went from 7 presidents down to 4, which saved whatever it saved. But then you had a little bit of an unwieldy situation with, I'm trying to remember how it worked. Claremont and Nashua had the same president. So it certainly saved some money, but eventually they went back to 7 presidents. So what I see people looking at here, and if there's any college presidents listening to us talk, I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not going to give suggestions, except that I'm sure that as this moves forward, people are going to say, do we need a president in campus A and campus B, which are close to each other? I'm not going to name any campuses, but I'm sure that is going to be part of the thinking. I'm not recommending anything, but having seen this in 1995, I anticipate consolidation and having fewer presidents and is part of this.
Well, see, basically this, if you took out the first part and just put everything in parentheses, this is really in support of mergers. This is a consideration stating that some states have seen that it has included financial savings. The leveraging of greater size and scale has been important, and transferability, of course, in credits has been resolved to some degree. It's got a lot in it. I don't know if it's needed.
Representative Vlad, if you like that language, would it make sense to move it like as a secondary piece of number 11? which are what are the estimated cost savings?
Yeah, maybe it goes in there.
Yeah, you mean Jen, you're suggesting putting the parenthetic note in number 11.
Yeah.
Following them, if.
Yeah,
any.
that's a good change, yeah.
I think that works. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah.
Number 19. Will the merger improve student affordability, accessibility, regional identity, and compatible, and I would say compatibility with regional business needs, job, career pathways? We had one already with affordability, haven't we? Yeah, number 8 on this sheet talks about affordability. But it talks about it in terms of the community college.
There are an awful lot of things in that question.
Aren't there?
I think the point of this is if there is savings that are gathered through merger, that those savings can be passed down in terms of tuition savings and affordability for students. I think that's the whole intent of this is to save money, and I know we want to not increase tuition. So will the merger result or avoid duplication? I think that's the intent of this, clearly. How to do it's not our task, but getting rid of duplication is a way to save money.
Yeah, getting rid of duplication is a way of saving money is correct.
Easy for us to say.
It sounds a lot easier as a supply priest than it does as a president, believe me.
Well, and I think you're right. Accessibility and then the end of it, regional identity and compatibility with regional business, those are 2 different things, I think. At least 2 different things, if not 3.
Well, how about if we just have that, will the merger improve student affordability and accessibility, period?
That works for me. 'Cause
Yeah,
I think
that-
we're gonna
that's
pick up the jobs and careers in one of these other questions anyway.
Yeah, I think that's elsewhere in this thing.
Yeah,
So let's just put a period, where the comma is affordability and accessibility, period.
Do you want
Question
to just
mark.
add accessibility to number 8 that you mentioned earlier?
Uh,
Or keep them, I mean,
I
Let's
keep,
keep-
I keep
let's keep
separate.
it the way we have it. Okay, number 20. Will the merger result in or avoid duplication of academic programs while optimizing access to instruction? Have we talked about that already?
The duplication thing, yeah.
I see, I was writing this stuff late and I was just starting to repeat and, so. Because it doesn't really mean much to me right there, beyond what I think we already talked about. I'd take number 20 out too, because we got another couple sheets to look at. Where are you guys on number 20?
Delete it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with deleting it.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, number 21, will the merger enhance regional economic development?
Well, that's sort of back,
Maybe.
that's back to what we took out of 19, basically.
Yeah. I must have been in somebody's report that was dealing with economic development at about this point.
But we took it out of the one. Let's leave it in here then.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, let's leave 21 right there. Number 22, you can see as I get more tired at night, the sentences don't make any sense. Will the merger better student opportunity to elevate or better enable students to achieve higher education level skills? what I was trying to do there, I think, was that if there's a stronger relationship between the 2s and the 4-year systems, could a student just take courses without having to take courses over again if they're going into another program? It's alignment of courses and materials, but I think that the way it's done is difficult, and I don't know if it's even necessary with where we're going here.
Maybe you could just rephrase it and to say, does it facilitate the transition from one level or kind of program into another
See, that's
throughout the university?
that's what sort of like number 23 is. Will barriers to transferring credits be reduced?
I think we've asked it then. I don't think you need to ask it again.
Yeah. The which one?
23.
Yeah, the one you're just talking about.
Okay, so 23 is out.
No, I thought we said 23 was in and 22 is out.
Whichever.
Yeah, see, I was going to take 23 and put it in and 22 out.
Okay,
Okay, whichever.
Okay,
we just don't need both.
yeah, we don't need both. 24, with 2 and 4-year programs working jointly on the same campus or within the region, better assist the 4-year institution in aligning and supporting regional workforce demands and needs. I think we've sort of talked about that already.
Yeah.
So it's
I
not.
don't think you want to compromise the mission on the 4-year schools by
Yep.
fudging it into the need to back industry for the community colleges.
Yeah.
That's their bailiwick.
Okay, so let's take 24 out. 25, will the missions of the community colleges and universities be preserved? HB2 identifies a purpose. What is the proposed overall mission of the proposed New Hampshire community and university system? Question mark. Will this mission support current missions of the 2 institutions or supplant those mission statements and current institution missions?
Yeah, I think the first part of that can be eliminated because you really are addressing that the first sentence in the last 2 sentences.
So where would you start this thing if you keep it?
I would start with what is the proposed overall mission? I would start that question with that question.
Okay,
What is the proposed overall mission of the proposed New Hampshire college and university system? Will the mission support current missions of the 2-year or supplant those mission statements?
yeah, okay. Okay, you got that, Jen? I see Dave's with us.
Yes.
Hi, David. We're on 26 of,
Yeah. What we're doing is we've just gone down through and identified those which we'll keep out of this paper and those which we'll change. So we've moved along. Jen has to be out of here by 2:30.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, number 26. Will the new system have a single student application document used by the entire system, or will each institution have its own? Penn State system has one. Upon receiving the application, the student's preparedness is reviewed and the student may not be enrolled in the main campus, but another smaller campus better oriented to the student's readiness. That's something that this system has talked about, having one application. And so you don't have to fill out one for Keene, one for Plymouth, one for UNH. And you only have to pay one fee. And then if you're applying for UNH, but UNH says, we don't think this is really a kid that's qualified for UNH, maybe Keene State might be a better place. But they wouldn't have to apply again. They'd be accepted to Keene on one application. So it's a concept that some colleges are systems are moving towards. I don't know if it's something we've discussed here, so maybe we don't need to put it in.
Well, and also, Rick, it also raises for me the sort of the issue around the community colleges at this point, where 2 or 3 of them may specialize in a certain hospitality or whatever. that's what you would be applying for, but it would not be available necessarily at the other four, right? Just
Yeah.
a question on that.
So I don't know, 26,
Yeah.
I don't think we need it.
No, I don't need it here, no.
Okay, number 27, will all levels of education and offered degrees receive equal attention and support? Will certification be given the type of support that a four-year program is?
Yeah.
That's
Emphasis.
like being handed a firecracker with a fuse lit.
If it doesn't, hit you like we need it, we just don't put it in.
Well,
Great.
you're gonna have to qualify it with as needed or something like that.
Well, let's leave it out.
Yeah.
Okay, by joining community college and UNH system, will the 2-year and the certificate programs lose their effectiveness in supporting and recruiting the more traditional students?
Good question.
I agree.
Yeah, that's one we asked this morning with a traditional student. Okay, what about 29 here? Will the transfer of credits between colleges and universities remain an issue?
We picked that up already in an earlier question.
Okay, so eliminate it.
I'm asking a question.
Oh,
Number
Okay.
23.
Okay, thank you.
So Rick,
yeah,
just on that one by itself, I think we heard quite a bit of testimony, and particularly this morning too, on that issue, and that may be something that we could suggest the current 2 boards of trustees look to begin expanding credit transfer opportunities.
I agree with you, Dave. That's going to be an issue down the road. It's got to be looked at somewhere.
I think you do ask that though in 23. Art's
I
right.
agree. I agree.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I liked what Oliver said, this morning too, that in some cases it could just be getting dean's offices together.
Mhm. Yeah, it's also that you have individual departments being accredited or programs, and they're accredited by institutions not necessarily NECHI, that they're accredited by the Nurses Association or the
TAC of ABET for engineering technology.
yeah, or the speech pathologist, So, okay, so we do have that in 23. Going into 30, could the merger result in more baccalaureate degree programs being offered in a regional location presently served only by community college system? Could you have 4-year degrees offered at White Mountain?
White Mountains.
Mountains, yes.
Well, the closer place is NHTI. They've been nudging toward it for a long, long time in teacher ed.
Yeah, I think that's an important question to.
Okay, let's leave it in there then, Dave. Okay, 31, will affordability of the community colleges be lost with a merger?
Didn't we ask that question earlier?
Yeah,
But
we
I think
ask it
it's a
in another
huge
form.
question. I think we did.
Number 8.
Yes, we did, right there, number 8, affordability.
Yeah.
Okay,
I guess another way of asking the question is, can it be?
well, we're going to eliminate it.
Okay, well, that's one way to take care of it.
Okay, because we got it basically. Well, we're getting done this, we on the 3rd sheet now. How can the issue of multiple union contracts be handled without disrupting merger efforts?
Big
question.
bonfire.
Yeah.
A huge tsunami.
I didn't realize that they had 11 contracts at the community
That's
college system.
amazing. Yeah.
I
And
don't
we,
know.
and we didn't hear how many they have at UNH. We know that there's one for the professors at the Keene.
Yeah,
One of the
I see.
questions I have that I don't know the answer to is, can the university in this situation say, can you all come together and ask them to unify under one union? Not our choice, their choice.
Yeah.
But that's what happened at Lowell. We just did it.
Yeah.
because they had more votes than we had, so we took their union and I was the president. And
Yeah.
so it was just one of those kind of common sense decisions.
Oliver, you could do that back in 1960. This is 2020.
I know.
Well,
I know.
and the
One of the prices
dilemma
of
is,
being old.
and one of the dilemmas you've got, you've got different internationals representing these respective
Oh, yeah.
collective bargaining agreements, and as Oliver said, that can be jurisdictional questions can be a real issue too. So.
And I think that has to be figured out legally before we can really have any say in it.
Oh yeah, exactly. So
So
it's a good
30
question.
32
Shannon Reed might have some, she's got her hand up. I don't know
Who
if she's
does?
got,
Shannon Reed has her hand up as
Yeah,
an.
Shannon Reed might have some information to bear on this.
Is she there right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
do you want to recognize her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see her there. Shannon, welcome.
Hi, thanks. Just very quickly, and I know this isn't a session for people like me to talk, but I just heard someone say that they heard that the community college system has 11 bargaining units, and that is not the case. We only have 3 bargaining units. One across our whole system for full-time faculty, one across our whole system for adjunct faculty, and one across our whole system for staff. That's it.
I
So
thought
just to clear that up.
I thought Susan said they had 11.
No, we
Yes,
have 11 locations,
Okay.
7 main campuses, and then a handful of academic centers in places like Littleton.
Okay. All right.
And Lebanon, but only 3 bargaining units.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Going on
30
to 33. Will a merger offer better opportunity to assess and possibly eliminate duplication of programs offered within the system?
Maybe you want to stick necessarily in that question.
Where?
Well, will they necessarily reduce? In other words, I think the question, they might be needed. You might need it in 2 different places because of demand. Doesn't mean you should cut it down to none or one, just, you know.
Yeah, there are programs that you have within a university. Sometimes that program may not bring any revenue in to pay for it. So it's offset from revenue somewhere else within the system, i.e. maybe our law school. But,
Right.
But you can't get rid of it. Well, we
Well,
should. You get.
I was just thinking you might have it on both sides of the state, a program in, somebody else said hospitality earlier, but you could have those and serve people on the coast and people in the mountains. You know, and it's not, even though it's duplication, it's needed duplication.
Is this a needed question or consideration?
Just for the record, you rejected a similar one earlier.
Thank you, Jen.
Number
You have a great
20.
memory. You know, I don't think it's needed.
All right. Eliminated.
Because I'm relying on the other sheets you guys put together to have something like it.
Well,
Okay, number
the council's going to come up with more questions too,
Oh,
right?
of course they are. That's
Yeah,
right.
so,
That's
yeah.
right. Number 34, as occurred in Maine in the 70s, the 4-year system rapidly expanded to smaller communities. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This satellite expansion resulted in new capital and operational costs that are now unsustainable without significant increases in state support or other revenue sources such as tuition and fees. As a small state, New Hampshire also has small institutions with capital and operation costs that duplicate services of the larger or main institution. Is the new board tasked in identifying duplicity and, if necessary, recommending closure of any of the 2 or 4-year institutions?
There's a lot there.
That's a huge, huge question.
That's even bigger than Oliver's firecracker analogy.
Well, take duplicity out anyway, even if it's,
Yeah.
you want duplication.
I think that it's, you know, it's probably, it's just too much.
It may be unanswerable.
at this point in time, right, we're talking a different story right now here, governance and some of those other issues which we previously offered for consideration.
Have we addressed, so, and any other questions? And Jen, I'm looking for you for this. Have we, about the issue of capital costs, capital and operational costs? Have we addressed that in another question? Because that is an important question here. Dealing with capital and operational costs, the duplicity of those. And
That question's been bounced around by the trustees when I was there many a time.
yeah,
Especially, it wasn't necessarily dealing with campuses, it was dealing with program.
Yeah.
So,
One of the things you might want to allow for is things happening in the future we can't anticipate. For example, at Lowell, they kept the music program, beautiful buildings, all kinds of wonderful music stuff. And then the school stopped having school music programs and the entire market drew up, just dried out, went away. And they didn't have any choice but to close the College of Music because there wasn't anybody hiring music teachers. And that just sort of popped on the horizon, and suddenly that whole issue became a place they could save money on.
So maybe along the lines of what Oliver was saying, is to cast this question a different way, to evaluate the resources in order to meet demands, student need, and the marketplace, or something like that.
did you get that, Jen?
Not quite.
Can you say it again, Dave?
So just sort of recasting it as opposed to, closing things, just being able to adapt higher ed resources in order to meet the needs of students and the greater economy or market.
Changing market demands.
Yeah.
So I've got, will the merger facilitate adaptation to changing market demands?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Number 35, is there an expectation that all institutions will continue to be independently accredited?
I think that's an important question, because we raised that with Rittenham this morning regarding the meaning of accreditation and how it will impact. Then she mentioned the issue of the university system in Maine, how they try to have a system-wide accreditation of programs.
Yeah,
I would
So I
suggest
think-
in this one, we say initially, yes, and then it will be reconsidered by the new chancellor once in office. Or something to that effect.
I mean, right now, we've got two systems, and every institution in those systems is separately accredited, right?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And some programs within those institutions are accredited
Even
by
more.
other.
Have specific accreditations, right?
Yeah,
Nursing, engineering, technology, stuff like that.
yeah.
But you'll just scare people if you say you're going to change them from day one.
Hey, Rick, I have a timeline question, if I could. They're looking to have something in place by like July 1st of 2003, right? 2023. It's a different biennium, because this is going to be the intent of this is to save money and to cut. That's just the reality. It's going to be very painful. And it's not our job to make those decisions other than to just flag questions. But my question to you or anybody is, 2023 is a different biennium. It'll be a different legislature. If a new chancellor comes in and they come up with a plan that cuts all this stuff, could this all be thrown out by a new legislature in 23?
Well, that's always a possibility, but my sense is if we created a process that's nonpartisan or bipartisan, I mean, this is a kind of an issue that we're all concerned about. So my hope, Mike, would be that if the planning is done appropriately, that the recommendations will be sustained. I think the real question is going to be, it always comes down to the funding part. I mean, regardless of the structure you have, there's going to be dollar signs behind it. And so I think that's going to be the real question about how it can be measured.
Well, we're just flagging questions here. We're not really making any.
Yeah,
specific
exactly. Right, yeah.
But the key, Matt, Mel, and everybody is whoever is on whatever committee is put together to make these tough decisions. I know when Ray Burton was up in District 1, there was talk about closing Berlin or cutting back on Berlin way back. And Ray said, "Over my dead body." And Ray was right. So it's going to be a political, folks are going to mobilize to save their campus or their program. Anyway, I'm just trying to anticipate how this is going to play out. I don't know. I just it's going to be hard. And
well, that's why I think it's so key to have a strong planning process, because in that planning process, Mike, my presumption is that those voices are going to be heard. Now, granted, some tough decisions may have to be made, but at least if the process is clean and is transparent, it would seem to me that the ultimate decisions that are made are going to be more universal than they are if they're just, for example, in just the budgetary process that has limited input from all the parties that are involved in this thing. So I think the transparency question, I think hopefully will address some of the issues that you're concerned about and I'm concerned about too. So.
Well, a cautionary tale here is what happened in Vermont a year ago. They had their chancellor or their head guy who recommended closing Johnson and closing Linden, and a week later he was gone. And they kept both campuses open to some degree. So whoever is the head guy here, I guarantee they're going to be aware of what happened in Vermont. I'm just thinking ahead process-wise. Anyway.
Well, Mike, I think you're absolutely correct in terms of there will be a human cry coming out regarding White Mountains Community College. If something happens there, that the North Country survives around that community college. And it's part of it's an economic driver in that neck of the woods. I think you're going to see that that's one of the reasons why some people may be advocating a slowdown here to get some assurances that community college is going to still continue to serve the mission that they have been tasked to do with these outlying areas. So what number are we on now?
I think we're on number 36.
With the decline in K through 12 students, can New Hampshire afford not to merge institutions? That's a question.
Good question. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be answered. You know, that enrollment, that demographic is really causing a lot of heartache, K through 12 and post-secondary.
Yeah.
So I think related to that, Rick, would be the question of what's expected from a merger that's going to improve the way the university system and the community college system will be able to respond to student needs or student demand. And also related to that, I think, is how would a merger potentially complicate the ability of the two systems to pivot more quickly or respond more quickly to changes in market demands?
I think what you mentioned earlier, Dave, how will a merger impact this demographic change is the issue. How is the merger going to really impact how we address this loss of students?
How is the merger part of the solution?
Yeah.
And let's just say everything was perfect right now. everything's perfect, and we want to merge the two systems. That's a huge undertaking right there, at least from everything I think we've read and heard. And so could a merger complicate the development of solutions?
I think we're getting now down into some of the considerations when I was reading the materials that came in from the day we had the university system respond to us on Wednesday. I'm just looking at 36 on downwards, and a lot of them deal with this.
Mhm.
So Jen, did you get the possible change there to 36? After where it says K through 12 students, how will the proposed merger, what did you say, influence or impact or help
Contribute to
addressing,
to meeting the market needs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of New Hampshire students.
Of New
Well,
Hampshire?
it's that, but also it's market needs,
So we
because we
we
serve
kind of
more
use-
than just New Hampshire students.
we kind of use that language in number 34.
34 we took out, didn't we?
Well, we took out and replaced it with how will the merger facilitate adaptation to changing market demands?
Yeah.
So is that the same or different?
I would say student market demands. So it's clear what the.
Well,
what
no,
we're
I
referring-
think market demands is,
It's market.
the
Yeah.
market
Maybe
is
you're right.
driving the whole 9 yards here.
All right, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's economy, it's,
Yeah.
Right.
it's
Okay,
market, yeah.
It's okay if we have a couple that are sort of the same, but
Yeah.
we're getting a point across. Let's go on to the next one.
37.
37. Can the community college system and university system sustain the following conditions? Net tuition declines, significant student population declines with a projected continuance. Oh, yeah, projected declines. I think you could have it stop right there. High levels of student debt, high levels of student tuition, a regional decline in eligible post-secondary students, costs associated with the pandemic and other structural challenges. A lot in there.
What was the time of the night that you put that one in there?
It was probably closing in close to 11 o'clock. You want to leave it out? Fine, leave it out.
No.
But I think we got to address the student debt that we haven't talked about. The student debt is causing a lot of people to say, I'm not going to go to school.
Yeah.
Well,
My
yeah.
tuition costs, same deal.
Yeah.
Um,
I think it's an important question. I think maybe open it up to be a how will as opposed to can.
Yeah, okay.
And with respect to student debt, that cuts both ways too, both in terms of the maybe I'm scared away by the possibility of student debt, and then if I incur a lot of student debt, can I continue to afford my higher education? And if I don't attain a degree, what then? I mean, the student debt issue is a huge issue.
Representative Glad, in that first clause after the colon, net tuition declines. Is that net tuition revenue declines?
Yeah, it would be the revenue.
Okay, I'm just gonna add that word then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baked into that that question too, Rick, because you've got student debt, what about things like financial aid?
Yeah, that's part of it as well, because now we're having to give more financial aid at the
Yeah.
same time.
And
That-
the increased need of financial aid.
Where's that going to come from? The revenue to support financial aid.
Well, one of the things we heard was, back in the day, the decision for tuition to be placed so high was to basically provide the 100% of need.
Mhm.
And then at some point, I think, what did we learn 10 years ago? We dropped the 100% of need part, meeting 100% of need.
Uh-huh.
So that was there, I think, to justify the higher than average, on a state basis, tuition costs.
Mhm.
Well, we're not getting into the national politics on this, but it was mentioned by someone that there is a proposal to double the Pell Grant eligibility, which whatever happened with that,
Yeah.
that would feed into the student, the sort of the student debt thing at some
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. And the things that Mike's talked about too, with regards to maybe other tuition, programs that are being discussed at the federal level. So we probably want to incorporate, I mean, it's a big question, but it's all related.
Yeah. So do we have enough in there right now to convey what we're trying to convey?
Everything
Are
but the
we
kitchen
done with
sink.
this list?
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I had a couple of things I wanted to say, but I didn't want to say them until we were done, ready for them.
Oh, you don't want to do it right now?
Well, okay, real quick. I'm not sure if there's a question to this effect, but I think probably the most important question we need to ask, and I'm not sure if it's been asked clearly, is who are going to be the decision makers and stakeholders that are going to implement the new structuring. And it's critically important. It's like whatever happens will be a function of the makeup of the committee or the board or whoever is going to be making these decisions. And unless the board has some highly respected, like Gustafson, Walter Peterson types, John Lynch types, crucial. Because if the board is seen as being stacked, it won't work. Now, I don't know how that's going to be determined. And, there needs to be, regional meetings and all kinds of input. And we're going to be, there's going to be people lobbying and arguing for their campus and their program big time. So this committee is going to have some guts and some finesse and some patience to make this work. It's got to be the good people. I don't know who they are, but Walter Peterson's no longer here, but people like that. And also, I'm also wondering if we will have next year in House Education, next January, bills related to this. I don't know. I can just see people putting preemptively proposed legislation to, try to save some piece that they're after. So anyway, my big point is, to me, about the most important question is who is going to be making the final decisions.
Well, it's going to be your trustees are going to be making that decision, that board of governance.
The 15?
Yeah, and see, and we heard today that, the way we're proposed to set it up here, according to HB2, is that there's so many coming out of this level, so many out of this level, and then we have this other group. Then we have a number of other people that are ex officio types. And down the road a ways, it's going to be one system. It's no longer going to be premised upon community college or this supposedly. And so it's just like your select board. If you allow different precincts within your community, some folks advocate, well, I have to have one from this precinct, one from this precinct, but you're acting on behalf of the total town. And you got to get away from that regionalism. You got to go for your mission. What's your mission? To have something that works for all.
So I think that report, that letter that Dr. Brittingham provided us this morning and spoke to this morning, I think has some important elements for that, Rick.
For the constituencies of that group.
Well, for the constituencies, but also the size, the voting.
Yeah, right.
Things like that. And obviously, the work that they do has to be durable in nature. and not, politically flighty or anything like that. So,
Okay, so what we need to do on this discussion that Mike brought
Mhm.
up, because we're getting away from
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
through this, but we need to put that down on a piece of paper beside us. Hey, we got to get back to that. That's got to be added in here.
Let's do that at the end of the question.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
So is 37 good the way it is, or do we want to dump it? What's the feeling of the committee? We got to get by this quickly here. Jen's going to have to leave here shortly.
I think she put financial aid and some other stuff into it. And
Yeah, I added high demand for financial aid.
Okay, let's go on to 38. Can the state continue to sustain, support the community college system at the current funding level? I don't know if that's really relevant to the merger.
Well,
I'd
it's
say
also-
drop that one.
Yeah,
Because everybody's going to say we always need more, and they probably do. 39, the merger proposal is accompanied with a 9% cut in state support over 2 years for the combined system from that to that fiscal year. Okay, so that's just a statement.
you could turn it into, develop a cash flow, cash flow analysis based on merger activities.
Yeah, what would be the cash flow?
Yeah.
The cash flow directed to merger efforts. Yeah.
Can you work something around that, Jen?
Sure.
Cash flow.
Yeah.
are we talking about the 8 million that we stuck into number 15, or? is this
No,
something different?
No, that's the bridge money. That's the transition money.
I got it.
Well, this would be that as well, Rick. I think it's related. So money that would have to go in, additional money that would have to go into a merger effort, and money that would spring coming out of a merger effort as well through efficiencies or something like that.
See, this right here, though, is looking at money that costs now, what they're projecting cost will be.
Yeah, so does the cash flow
Yeah.
over a period of years.
Okay, let's go on to number 40. Can UNH compete and remain competitive with UMaine, UMass when out-of-state institutions are undercutting tuition and offering New Hampshire students in-state tuition rates? That's one of the reasons why we may be in trouble.
Yeah, that's a reality. That's part of the reality check that we're talking about here.
I think I changed the question to how does New Hampshire?
Increase its competitiveness.
Okay,
Right.
okay,
Yeah, good point, Oliver.
Through, yeah.
okay, good. Next question is very similar. Can the New Hampshire system survive when the state remains an exporter of graduating high school students?
I think we've already addressed that in a couple
Yeah.
of other questions.
Okay, good. Number 42, the legislature should be more involved through the Public Higher Education Study Committee pursuant to be engaged in this process. That committee has specific responsibility to examine the goals, purposes, organization, and financing of higher education in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think the question there is what, yeah, the question there, I think, is what is the role? Or what should the role be of the Higher Education Study Committee?
Well, we already know what that is. That's in statute. The legislature knows that, so what is the role for that group to participate in this process? There is, at this point in time, it's
Yeah.
not.
So
All right.
Senator Ward is the head of that, correct, right now?
Yeah,
Yes,
the chair of the Senate Committee, Education Committee this year, I was there last year. It alternates back and forth, Mike. One year, one session, it's the Senate, the other is the House.
So Senator Ward would be the convener, I guess?
Correct.
So I'm not sure if anybody's talked to her about this. But
no, I don't think on the committee this year, on her side, you have Senator Ward, Senator Reagan, and Lou D'Alessandro.
So,
And-
Is this question intended to be what will be?
No, I think it was more of a question that this, I guess it's just a statement to the legislature, we need to get engaged.
Exactly.
well, in last session's Higher Education Study Commission, we did learn a lot of things that I think manifested in legislative action. One of them, I think, related to institutional debt and how they go about issuing bonds. Mel, do you remember that?
Yeah, right. It's part of the report.
Yeah. So I would say not losing sight of the Higher Education Commission's role in the financial sustainability of our higher ed system.
I know the year that I chaired that group, there was a huge discussion on whether the community college should offer 4-year degree programs.
Yeah.
And Ross was pushing that. And of course, there was, it didn't make it.
I think, Rick, I think it's the fact that we have it, it's in the law, and it somehow is going to have to be part of this process. So I think just mentioning it, putting it in is important. So
I think it's important, and I think if there's a council, a group that's going to be during the slowdown that we're looking at, a coordinating council, they need to report to this body at certain benchmarks, whatever the time frame may be, or we need to have that body or some representation from the House involved in that body. I don't want to be getting down to micromanaging. I don't want to do that. I want the folks that Barbara Brittenham was really saying, you have to have those knowledgeable people in that job. Not that legislators are not, but we need to be informed.
So it comes back to the question again, is what is the role of this Higher Education Study Committee in this merger proposition?
Well, that last sentence there comes right out of statute.
Yeah.
The committee has specific responsibility to examine the goals, the purposes, organization and financing of the higher education. And it specifically states the 4 universities and community college system.
So I think if you say, what is the role in light of that last sentence? That's the
What is
question.
the role in light of the merger proposal?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rick, I think it's a good question. I think the Higher Education Study Commission can certainly provide information to the merger. What are we calling it now? The Merger Council?
Yeah, we haven't put a tag on it yet.
Well, we haven't even gone there yet, Dave.
Yeah. But I think it needs to be really clear of what the role of the whatever we're calling the merger commission or the merger council, what its role is in terms of reporting back to the legislature and the legislative.
I think we got to go even deeper than that. I think what is the role of this higher education group in terms of the proposal in HB2 to merge? That's what the whole thing is about. We're changing our system all around. And yet we have in the statute right now a process which we're supposed to be informed and involved. So it's what is the role of the Higher Education Study Committee in regard to the proposal as identified in HB2?
Okay, I think something that the Higher Education Study Committee could do would be a very limited mission or role, perhaps would be to do what I think is maybe the most crucial thing, which is identify 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 potential members of the board that will be so important, and to screen them and just to do that piece of it is, I think, is a very limited mission, but very important mission. So that's just one idea.
See, I don't want politics to start steering that ship either, but
Yeah.
I do believe that we need to be engaged in this process, and it shouldn't be after the fact. This statutory language, which is in 187A, is there for a reason. It's just like we're talking about what you identified in the last biennium. It's
Rick,
like,
state your question again about the role, because I think that was it.
what is the role of the Public Higher Education Study Committee? And then you can put pursuant to RSA in regard to proposed language reflected concerning the merger of the post-secondary education in HB 2.
I like what Mike was suggesting. Because I think that we haven't even we haven't even asked that question, or certainly answered it. Where do these members come from?
But that's a secondary question though, David.
Different
That's a
question.
different
No,
question.
but that could be the role for the Higher Education Study Committee to, in consultation with, let's say, the system boards and the chancellor.
Create a stable of potential board members that can
Yeah,
be 50 people, who knows, but I think that might be a good role for them, and it's limited and clear and
Yeah.
hopefully fairly non-political. I mean, without recommending anybody specifically, just identify really good people that people respect and trust and can work together, and get 50 names, and then can go from there.
yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that we're just getting a little bit outside of where we need to be as a legislature. I think that we're looking at people that are in the system right now that are quite capable. I'm not anywhere near, I don't have the capabilities that a Don Burks has. I don't have that. And when I'm looking at I don't know all the little ins and outs that are necessary to make this thing work. Whereas the person like a Susan Heward is, the person like a Don Burks is, the person like a Todd Leach is. Those are the people that, live and breathe it and know it. Yes, there should be others, not just educators. I agree, but I think you were looking at a system which is going to be hiring a CEO and developing a system which is huge business in our state. I think we need to have that expertise when we're trying to identify them.
Let me tie this into something called BRAC, B-R-A-C, Base Closing and Alignment Commission. And that was to do what we're trying to do. We had too many military bases around the country, and Schwarzkopf wanted to close a base in Arkansas, and Senator McClellan said, "You're never going to close that." So what they did, they created an independent commission that was ostensibly free of politics, and they took politics out of it, and they just looked at criteria for which bases to close. And that's what we're talking about here. So all I'm saying is that the notion of having a New Hampshire version of BRAC, who will look at criteria and make recommendations with as little politics as, you take Ray Burton out of it. What I said before about Ray saying you'll never close Berlin. So anyway, this BRAC model might be something somebody might want to look at a little bit.
Well, if for purposes of moving on, because we're going to have to identify that when we get to this bottom line, when we're making a recommendation for establishing a slowdown coordinating type council. For this particular statement right there, I'm trying to just get this particular committee engaged in this process. And up to this point, it's not been involved. And there hasn't been any effort to involve them. So we have stepped in and filled that void, this group right here. But once we get this report, and we are able to do that because we were requested by the Finance Division 2 to do that. We don't have any statutory authority to be going ahead and doing an independent study like this. I don't believe.
But let's hold the BRAC conversation once we get through these other questions, because I do think there needs to be a conversation about what that coordinating group might look like, which is what you're talking about.
So
So let's get through the questions and then we'll deal with that composition.
So Rick, our work group is really an ad hoc work group, right?
Yeah,
And so, you know, we've formed up the Higher Education Study Commission committee exists right now. And it may not be a bad idea for maybe Rick and Ruth to talk about all of us getting together at a Higher Education Study Committee meeting, talk about some of these things, find out what role they want to play in it. They are the formal legislative oversight committee, not us. And but we can help with the I don't know, what do you want to call it? Because we've been working on this for 2 weeks.
yeah. I think that's appropriate, Dave.
The
So,
question, I think there is a question around what is the role of this committee going to be?
yeah, I think that we got Word 42 asking that question. What is the role of the Higher Education Commission in regard to HB2?
Right.
Okay, let's get on to the next one here because we got to go through the other sheet as well. What is the expected, let's see, where are we now? Yeah, what is the expected timeline beyond merger governance?
43.
43. That's, you know, I think that's a what if type question, and I don't think it's necessary.
I can live with that.
I'd like to start on the sheet that Dave and Mel put together here. Because we got another,
I think as we go through this, I think we've covered some of the,
yeah.
it's not new territory here. So
Yeah.
we can,
Yeah.
should be able to go about through this
So we can
pretty
bang through
quickly.
this pretty quickly. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go on number one on that sheet right now. And the first question is, what should be the mission of the higher education in New Hampshire? Good question.
I think that is I don't think we asked that specifically. We talked about mission, but I think what are we trying to do is a pretty basic question as we get into this whole merger question.
You know, and I could combine number two into number one. You know, what should be the mission of the higher education in New Hampshire, and is the current education mission of community colleges compatible?
Yes.
I just,
Oh, no, I think that's two separate questions, because I think in question two, it's, are they compatible with each other, not whether they're compatible with the mission of higher education.
are you saying in number two that the community college, and you're asking if those two missions are compatible?
That's how I read it.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
Okay, so that you're looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah. So there are two separate questions there.
Okay, so I'm good with one and two. How about everybody else?
Yes.
Number three, what would be the authority of the merger commission? What commission is this now?
Well, this would be the group that would be looking at this whole thing.
Okay, so that would be this coordinating council that
Correct.
David was
Exactly right.
talking about.
Exactly. right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're going to take that up at the bottom of all this and
Yeah.
talk about that. So skipping over to number four, is it possible to create a merged system and still provide autonomy for each campus?
We've talked about that. You've already asked that question.
Have we? Where?
Yeah. It was in one of the questions that you posed, Rick.
Okay, I can't remember. It must have been real late last night.
No,
You show me where it is now.
Well,
Okay,
Jen-
I'll trust.
Jen, yeah, we've asked that question.
But if it's not clear, Jen could maybe merge it into
Yeah.
something earlier.
If you read something like that, Jen, and you don't see it, merge this in with that question. Thank you. Number five, what should be the business model to maximize the resources of the current systems? What's meant by that?
Dave?
So that's the merger plan.
Yeah, yeah.
And so what you've got right now is you're taking two separate organizations and merging them into one organization. So there has to be a business plan for that. And just like you would have if one company was buying and two companies were getting together.
So by business model, are you talking about organizational structure?
I'm not talking so much about that, but it could certainly include that. But I guess what are the, generally when two organizations are getting together, the sum has greater value than the parts do separately. And so where does that value flow from?
And how they would do their business.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Number 5, what should be the business model to maximize the resources of the current systems?
Isn't that what we just did?
That's what we just did.
Oh,
We're on
yeah,
6.
Must be that COVID shot.
Oh, yeah, right.
How can a merged system guarantee that the community college voice does not get subsumed by the larger university system? We had something
We
like,
have that already,
Yeah,
right?
we had that. We've asked that question.
we've asked that one. That's done.
Mhm.
Okay, number 7, how can a merger maximize the student-centered focus on their needs and those of the economy of the state? Yeah,
I
2
th-
questions there.
I think we've asked that question.
We've talked a lot about business and pathways and regional this and that.
Exactly, right, yeah.
Well, it's the accommodating market needs,
Yeah, yeah.
adapting to market demands.
Okay, this next one's kind of a big one. What would the administrative management structure of a merged system look like? There are a lot of options out there.
Yeah.
For how you set your governance up. A lot of different models. Is it defined in HB2?
I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
Mike, you have your hand fluttering up.
No, just holding my head up.
He got the shot too
I'm
yesterday.
not spluttering. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm wondering if this question shouldn't be a qualitative question, rather than ask what is the most effective or most efficient or something.
I like that better. In other words, they're gonna have to look at them all and say, okay, what is the model which best fits New Hampshire?
That's good. I like that too.
Yeah.
That's a good.
And
that's a-
Mike, I think you're leaning on something on your keyboard.
I think so too.
Yeah, let me, I'll get out and try to get back in, sorry.
Okay. No, Oliver, I think that's a good suggestion.
Do you have, Jen, what he suggested? What, Oliver, do you
Yeah.
want to repeat for her? Well,
I'm sorry, were you asking me to repeat?
yeah, what you had proposed, so Jennifer, get that down.
What is the, forgot what I said, ideal or most
one that would
efficient,
best
most
fit.
effective?
Most effective.
Okay, if you can get something like that down, Jen, that'd be fine. Number 9, how should a merger board of directors be selected? A merger board. So is that of the, are you talking the Board of Trustees here?
Talking the
Yeah.
fiduciary board.
Yeah, the fiduciary board.
So you're talking about the new board, that's
Yeah.
the overarching board, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
So that board is different than what you've been talking about, Rick, the,
Planning board.
I got that, yeah.
Yeah,
So
Right,
we're
right.
talking about the 5, 5, and 5.
Yeah.
Yep,
right.
yep.
Okay. Okay. Number 10,
I think we've talked about that. Does the CEO structure fit? I think we talked about the CEO process
Talked about
earlier on.
CEO
Yeah.
Before, so we're good there.
Yeah.
Okay, what specific cost savings can be achieved with a merger system? There's,
I think we've got that in the business plan question.
Yeah, we asked that question.
I think we have in several places. That's good.
We do, yeah.
How does the consolidation engage representation of each campus?
There's a couple other campus-related questions from the last set, and
Yeah.
maybe this could be merged into that if it needs to be.
Well,
It seems-
it's a legitimate question, and if we could just leave it there, it's not going to do any harm.
All right, just leave it there then.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How will tuition levels be established?
By
Kind of-
board,
Kind of an interesting question.
Yeah,
Now, is the university tuition level going to drive the tuition level of the community college?
I think we asked that question, Jen.
We did.
In another questions.
we
We
did.
talked about maintaining levels and all that stuff. So I think we've already asked that question.
Okay, I think we have too. I think we did that prior to Dave getting here.
Yeah,
Okay, number 14, how does one merge the various information technology systems? At that one, we have not asked.
we've not asked that. And that was one of the issues that Susan brought up on Wednesday from the university system, their system, and it is complex.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she.
Barbara brought it up this morning too.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 15, should the current search for a new chancellor be postponed until a decision is made on a new higher education structure? Legitimate question.
Yeah.
We've heard that they're moving forward, both of them.
Related to this, so what we heard from Susan Heward was that they're moving forward with an interim chancellor for the community college system. Should there be a parallel effort to move forward with an interim chancellor for the university system?
So the query is, David, then, is should they postpone the process or
Who's they?
the respective institutions? Should each one postpone, or your question, should they hire an interim during this planning period?
So what we heard from Susan is that the community college system interim is going to be singularly focused. I don't want to say she said that. Knows that it's an interim role.
Yeah.
Right. And so are there interim roles, and can two interim chancellors of the respective systems contribute to the effort for a merger?
Well, there's also the question that I would perceive that the budget we may have 1 year where you still have a budget that's for the community college and a budget for the higher education folks. So,
Oh, yeah.
okay, now, so are you going to need a chancellor?
Yeah.
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 And yeah.
So I have no problem with leaving 15 there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, number 16, how can course alignment and credits transferred be more effectively available for students?
We've asked that question.
We've asked that question.
Yep.
What would the merger impact be on various accreditation currently available within each institution? I think we've asked that
We've
too.
asked that question. Yep.
Okay, what are the current collaboration efforts within the institution?
That's an interesting question we have not asked. And it was mentioned by Susan again in her comments about that there have been efforts of the respective schools to look at procurement, et cetera, but that we have not asked this question yet.
Yeah, see, that's exactly right. I've asked both chancellors that question. How are you trying to coordinate, between the two? And procurement is one that they've been working on for several years.
And they've looked at the issue of assimilating students going from the 2-year institution to the 4-year institution. So we know those kind of conversations have taken
Yeah.
place.
So I think it's a question we should leave in here.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. How are the multiple collective bargaining agreements to be merged? Oh, wow, here we are. Didn't we have something like that?
Yes, we
already?
did. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
The only thing I would add, Jen, to the previous questions we've had on the collective bargaining, I would add compensation, benefits, and conditions of employment specifically, because they are different when respective, when we talked about the problem of leveling up salaries, where's the retirement system come in? And I think by just qualifying that the CBA question is an important one to do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be fine, Jen. Number 20. How do you accommodate the instructional qualifications of staff serving the various campuses and student body? Accommodate the instructional qualifications.
I think the intent there was, remember the question I asked Susan Wednesday, was the number of full-time faculty, full-time instructors, vis-a-vis that of adjuncts. And I mentioned that there are about 90 full-time at NHTI, I think, and 262 adjunct professors. And the question was, how does that relate to the whole instructional and quality and of instruction, both at the community college level vis-a-vis that at the 4-year institutions? Whether or not there's a change, whether or not there's the qualifications for an adjunct, for example, is it different than it is for an adjunct at Keene State? Because higher education is moving more and more to adjunct professors. Now, they've always had them. They needed them because you want people who are practitioners out in the field to come in and do some teaching. But one of the dilemmas they've had in community college is that you've got adjuncts that are really full-time professors or full-time instructors that are teaching 5 sections, for example, not just an occasional section. So the question I had when I was thinking about this was, how does that relate to other institutions throughout the higher education structure here in the state? I went on too much on that, I'm sorry.
Well, there is some legitimacy to the question or the issue from the standpoint that an adjunct at Keene may not be paid the same, I don't know, as the adjunct in PSU.
Yeah.
Or the adjunct in NHTI.
Yeah.
So it's getting down into the negotiating stuff again, but it's probably something that's going to have to be looked at. I don't know if it's necessary right from the top here. It can stay in there. I have no problem with it, but it's probably not going to be addressed early on here.
Yeah.
It's probably one of those things to be, when it happens, it happens.
Exactly right. I agree.
Well, let's leave it there. How can a merged system attract more New Hampshire high school graduates to become students in the system?
We've got that.
We've got that. Number 22, how does a merged system respect the various student profiles of each campus? That gets into the traditional student or, that's just coming back, or the one coming in for a certificate program or a badge, as Oliver likes to call it.
And Marone raised that question too, from a UNH perspective, from a standpoint of having people come back for a specific kind of a training vis-a-vis, a degree program, and how that's going to get managed specifically as you begin to look at remote learning, et cetera, and options, and whether or not that's a whole new market opportunity for higher education.
The other concern I have with this one is that we've heard many times in the education committee that 60% of the kids coming into the community college system need some form of remediation.
Yeah.
Of that, many do not achieve success. When I've asked the same question to Mary Jane Steen when she was there at PSU. She said, we don't have any remedial problems. We don't have remedial students. Well, that, if we're going to start merging some of this together, is that standard that the community college has now going to be changed? And are we going to see more kids refuse the opportunity to try to go for that education? Or are we going to lose the services to support the remediation that are provided now? And we've had different ways according to when we talked with Shannon before and how those are delivered in Beth Dorian. So I think it's a legitimate question. Is there any objections to it?
Mr. Chair, there's another wrinkle to that as well. Some
Okay.
of the community colleges initially took courses and broke them into fractions. And so what was 3 credits at the university was 9 credits at the community college because they broke it into thirds as a sort of approach to developmental ed. And so they took them where they were and brought them forward, but they gave them more credit for it than the university would have given. And so that's one of the things that gets worked out in the department, sitting down with the course descriptions and trying to measure it all out. That's just
That's
another
where-
part of the problem.
What you just said, Oliver, I didn't have a hot clue about. And what you're saying is that's from knowing what happens in there. You've seen it, you've worked with it. And that's why it's important that I think we have people that are thoroughly knowledgeable, that when they're starting to look at this stuff, I would miss something like that. Yeah.
Well, we didn't realize it either until we finally quietly asked them around the table, was this, done to, meet the student? And eventually they owned up to admitting that they had literally taken our course with a pair of scissors and cut the definitions into a third each and made each one a 3-credit course.
Okay. You learn something every day.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one, so we're leaving that there. Number 23, what would the integrity impact of the curtailment of certain programs, courses within the system? What would be the integrity impact of the can you explain that one, Mel?
Yeah, I think the issue here was that if you were to cut a particular program, this kind of goes back to what Michael was talking about earlier. If you cut a particular program out of the curriculum, what impact does that have on the other part of the program? For example, let's take a business program. If you were to say, okay, we're going to cut this program out of the business curriculum, what impact might that cut have on the rest of the business program? Would it maintain its integrity from a standpoint of quality, et cetera? I'm not wedded to number 23, but it was when we begin talking about cutting stuff because of student enrollment or cost, et cetera, it was just, in my mind, was what impact is that going to have on the merits of that particular program within a school or within an institution? I'm not wedded.
Yeah, I think we could probably, that's already within the purview of the college presidents.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have to worry about that one. We got
Okay.
enough.
How does the flagship section, I'm trying to rush because I'm trying to get done.
Yeah, I know.
Jen,
The reason why I raised this one was what we found in Connecticut. When we discovered that the University of Connecticut is not part of the total Connecticut higher education system, it's a part. And so that was what kind of, in my mind, raised the red flag on what does that mean when you've got, UNH right now brands itself as the premier research institution in the state. How does that then reflect to all the other schools that would be in the system? Again, I'm not wedded to that one. It was just a thought that was in my mind that came across my notes as I was referring it.
So Mel, maybe we want to cast that another way though. And maybe we can lift some language from I think it was the NCHEMS report that did have some careful consideration for merging systems where one of the systems included a research university. Do you remember that, Rick?
Yeah, I do remember that. You know, the idea of what Mel said though here, where the flagship is seen as something special, so we're not going to, it's a research center and so it's not, it's a separate entity within the system. It's all goes underneath how you're going to structure and organize your system. It's like the Commonwealth system down in Pennsylvania.
Well, it relates to what Don was saying about how Plymouth State created their innovation section. And, how does, if you're in a big system, does that mean that kind of creative stuff goes to the flagship, or is there an allow for it to be in the other institutions within that system?
I think that if you were to talk to Plymouth State now, and they're talking about the cluster program and the research they're having every department do now, and some of them are doing it with local community organizations, some are doing it with business. I don't think research should be contained just to one institution.
Well, but that's my question.
Yeah.
What does it mean to have a flagship vis-a-vis the others? We don't need that. We don't need it.
Okay, let's
And we've already answered 25, as we've already answered that
okay.
too. The
And
26 is on the back.
so how would a merger system meet the regional and statewide needs?
And we've asked that question.
We've asked that question. So now we are down to, can you hear my 2-year-old? It's time for a nap out there.
Good. It's time for a nap for me. I don't know about you guys, but
I'm getting there myself. I think Mike with his COVID shot there looks like he's pretty shot.
you're muted, Michael.
You're mute, Mike.
All right.
I know I look terrible, and it is COVID. It's nothing else. I mean, I don't have COVID. I had a COVID shot.
I know it. You got the wrong shot. You should have gone where I got mine.
Yeah, you're pretty good, Rick.
Okay, so now we're trying to focus on what the collaborative group.
I can speak to what I think is going to happen with HB2, and this is just all conjecture. I would say at this point in time that there is probably going to be some concern about how the mission of the community college systems may be impacted by this, and a desire to move slowly until there's guarantees, more understanding. So this is why I think you're going to see come out of a Division II, a request for slowing it down and establishing a coordinating council, which would be, I don't know how they're going to be developing the folks that are on that. I think it might come from, both sides of the system, both systems. I would maybe make a suggestion that it also allow for those people that, like Barbara Brittenham mentioned today, there might be some specialists to come in with. I've heard Mike Moffett talk about, John Lynch, for example. I've heard myself talk about Ed McKay, for example. There are people out there that have certain expertise that, from a historical perspective, even though they may not have been there in the last 3 or 4 years, they certainly are aware how it works. So I don't want to really spell out for them that the council must be this, and this, one of that, and everything else.
Yeah.
I'd rather that it just recognize we're in this business to try to slow it down, to look at these considerations that we've just identified here. And when they move forward to fund this and do this, they're doing it with the understanding that they've also looked at our policy recommendations, our thoughts.
Agreed.
Take
I
the
think it's
careful steps to do it right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's important too, Rick, that they recognize that this coordinating group is going to need some funding. just to kind of bring a bunch of volunteers in without the resources to bring in some of the experts, because I think one of the things that Brittenham really emphasized this morning was the need to know what is, but also to be out there to bring people in that can say what could be, in a way, so that we don't get hung up in just trying to reshuffle the chairs on a deck of a sinking ship here. That we need to be able to look forward as well as understand where we are right now, and that's going to take some funding.
Yeah, I think that some of the folks perhaps you probably could utilize if they're already employed by the university system or the community college system, but you may need to bring some specialists in, as was suggested today, and have some advice as to what Vermont's doing, or what Maine's doing, or what Massachusetts or Connecticut has done, to try and get some insights, so we try to make the best decision that we can. I know to make a buck, you got to spend a buck.
Yeah.
Rick,
We do have people within the system that have worked in other systems.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got, the president of NHTI, for example, came from Connecticut. She has some experience. Dawn has experiences. So I think you're right. We need to identify folks within the system that have worked outside, that have that experience, that can share what they've learned from their
So
teams. I think
just a correction there, Mel. Gretchen came from Pittsburgh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
okay.
absolutely relevant to the Pennsylvania discussion.
That's right. She's part of the Commonwealth system.
We had.
Uh,
And we've got Dr. Catherine Addy out at Great Bay from Connecticut.
There are a whole host of people that are knowledgeable that we have right here in our own state.
Yeah.
And this is, I'd rather see us use people and invite the specialist in if we need that, but to know our state. So I think that there also ought to be a requirement written in this recommendation that there be a flight path towards the goal, wherever we're going, that goal of merge. But there has to be reports, benchmarks along the way where there's reporting back to the legislature. Whether it's the Higher Education Study Commission, or it's back to the Education Committee of the Senate and the House, or back to the Speaker and the President. There has to be some kind of a report coming back, so that it just doesn't happen and all of a sudden we here's the outcome. And I think we need to be kept informed.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I know we're just asking questions here, not making recommendations, but I would ask the question, should an independent, nonpartisan committee be established to make recommendations and offer options? And the reason I say that, I mean, like you just said, there are many, many wonderful people in both systems who can give wonderful expertise. But if they are part of the decision-making process, it will be fatally flawed, I think, because if you have university system people making recommendations or community college system people making official recommendations, they're going to inevitably, I think, veer towards their own system. So I go back to the BRAC thing that did work for base closures. So it's a question that I would ask, because we're not making recommendations. Should an independent, nonpartisan committee be generated to offer options?
Yeah.
I'd like to respond to that. I think that, I'll just bring it down right to the local level. When I served as chair of the select board here, we had 5 different select board members, all from different, but at that time, they all were working for the common good of the community. And I never once heard, well, it's not good for my precinct, so I'm not going to vote for that. I have enough faith, I believe, in the representation that would be put forward from either by Susan Heward or by Catherine Provencher, which, we got to understand that this shouldn't be politics, but we need to have people that are clearly willing to get on, as this committee has right here. I haven't heard politics here. I've heard issues, and they're all legitimate issues and considerations and concerns. I think it can happen. It should happen. I'm going to lose faith in our system if we know that the people we have are so oriented around UNH that they're going to protect UNH rather than protecting all the students in this state.
I think Susan and Karen are wonderful. I think everybody that is involved with this are wonderful. Maybe they'd be fine. But I know that if you've immersed yourself in one system, and you understand and you're invested in understand that system, it's going to be hard not to advocate for that system. I mean, it's just human nature. Maybe it'll be fine, but I worry about, I think that's maybe for me, the biggest question is what people are going to get into the weeds and make the tough recommendations.
One of the things that hasn't been mentioned, Rick, is the need for staffing of this collaborative group. Because as we know, it takes time to arrange for people to attend meetings, taking notes of the meetings. I mean, Lord knows the amount of time Jen has spent working with the various committees in this remote process. And let's face it, we're going to have to do this in a remote way. And as we found on the commission, the School Funding Commission, it was a huge task to staff this thing, to make sure everything was ready to go and all that, so that whoever is the chair of the collaborative group doesn't have to spend their time making those arrangements. So I would add to the comments to Division 2, the issue of staffing is important. Now, whether it's done with the current research folks, that's not our decision, but some staffing decisions need to be provided for.
Well, wouldn't that be with the transitional monies we've been talking about? where
Yes, that could be part of it. Yeah.
That would be supportive of that whole effort. And this, like we've talked before, you got to spend a buck to make a buck.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
By the way, just for the information of the group, I just got notification that up until 2013, the chancellor, all the presidents of the colleges reported to the chancellor up until 2013. Just
That's what I had heard too. That's what I think Ed had told me.
okay. All right. Good.
Okay.
Mr.
so-
Chairman.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, could I raise one other issue?
yes.
I think we would be somewhat remiss if we didn't take this opportunity to somehow either ask as a question or invite the existing school systems, universities, community colleges, all of them, to begin the process of exploring how their course descriptions might be brought into parallel with one another for purposes of facilitating transfer students.
Good point.
It's a process they're going to have to do anyway at some point. And if we invite them, then we take the step of taking this process into a slightly forward stepping mode where they're doing something they're going to need to do anyway. And it doesn't really cost them all that much. More time in committees and talking to each other.
I think that's a very legitimate consideration. That's exactly what Pennsylvania has done. So if you take a course at the school that Don Burks was at out in Erie, Pennsylvania, it would be the same course as at Penn State. It's
And
part of
no
the
question
system.
about it's applying to all the programs to which you might be admitted if you transfer.
Yeah, within that system, yes.
Yes.
Within the
Yeah,
25,
That's what I was referring to earlier, that I think that's an area that the two systems could get a jump start
Yes,
on that now. They don't have to wait till they're merged
right.
to do that. Yeah.
And it would answer one of the demands we're hearing from our constituents.
yeah,
It's interesting, just as a side note, if you look at the Department of Defense schools, if a kid is going to a school in Incheon, South Korea, and transfers to Wiesbaden, Germany in the 5th grade, he has the same courses as they
Right.
do. They're universal. And by the way, the kids in the DoD schools, they all score in the top when you start doing it. But they've got a universal program. And I
Yeah.
think what Oliver's saying, why can't we do that in higher education? So
Certainly, we could begin with the 100 level, 200 level, and move up the
Sure,
line.
yeah.
It gets
absolutely, yeah.
complicated at the top, I know.
Okay, Jen, you said you had to get out of here by 2:30. I'm looking at the clock on my wall here.
Yeah, I've got to get out, but I do have Pam Smarling has joined the call. And so she'll be able to help you with anything technical, and we'll get any notes back to me that is necessary. I can also give you a call about 4:45, Representative Vlad, if that's okay, to kind of
Sure.
debrief
Now,
when you need
you can-
documents back.
Could you take notes down on the conversation we just had regarding this coordinating council?
Yes,
Okay,
Yes.
good. Are you going to craft something for us?
yeah, that's the plan.
Okay,
Good. All right,
So
thanks.
I'll work on that this afternoon and just try to get you something as soon as possible. And I'll send that to you first, Representative Vlad,
yes. And
and then incorporate
also,
any comments. And I'll send it to everybody else.
you can send it to everybody in the committee.
Okay,
Send it to me, and then I'll look it over very quickly. And if I don't get any really serious feedback from anybody here, I'm going to get that, shovel it right off to Karen Umberger.
okay. My
Yeah,
only other
that's
question
really
is, I was
good.
just thinking as we went along, would you like me to try to kind of clump the different points together
Yes.
in categories?
Yes, if you can
Yeah.
do that, it'll be much easier to read.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. I'll be in touch, guys.
Okay,
And if you don't
thanks,
get back
thanks,
Thanks,
Jen.
Jen.
by 6 o'clock, don't worry about having to rush, Jen.
Okay, all
Thank
right. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate your help.
Have a good
Thanks.
weekend, Jen.
Bye. Thank you, Pam.
Oh, you're
So-
welcome. I'm here. I
so-
don't know if you want my video on, so I'll stay
Yes.
in the background.
So Rick,
Hey,
I've got
Pam.
I got a question about how are you gonna present this to Division 2 on Tuesday, or should they just gonna receive the written report?
I will present it. I would welcome anybody doing that with me. However, it's going to be presented earlier than that. I'm going to be sending the email out to Karen Umberger and to Ken Weiler.
Yeah.
As soon as we get that, because they're trying to, get everything organized. They too are under some considerable pressure. And Mel, I will call you right after this meeting right here to explain some of that,
Okay,
which I'm not prepared to do in a public meeting.
okay. I just think, do you want some members of the committee to be there with you as you present this to the Division 2?
Yeah, what I'll have to do is find out when they are doing this section of
Okay.
HB2. The support would be really welcomed. I think would be great if they can see that this report is coming from a committee, which was, very non-political.
Yeah.
We were looking at kids and the post-secondary systems and all recognizing that there's pluses and minuses. And just want to do things in a fashion which is, going to be a lasting fashion rather than do it a year or two and then have a problem.
Right, okay.
Rick, I'm not sure this is going to be relevant, but I'm subbing in for Mary Heath all day on Monday, and that's HB2, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's interesting, Art.
Good, Yeah, good.
I'll be there.
Yeah, I'm not going to be available because I'm going to be in Boston for a procedure, so.
Yeah, I just got one question for Mike. Have you started your rash yet, Mike?
That's going to take a week, Mike.
I really wish Mel had not talked about that.
Okay, I think we pretty much got our business done here today. I will also be in touch with Ruth Ward and trying to get 187A get going. They need to get up to snuff on this as well. So this report ought to be sent off to them as well as Division 2. And to both, I think we ought, I'll just keep it at that for right now. Okay,
All right,
Great.
anything else?
good. Okay, guys.
I thank everybody for hanging in there and really putting some time into this.
That's
Hopefully
enough.
it'll pay dividends.
Yeah, it's an important topic and it's complex, so. it's,
Yeah.
Good effort. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Thank you all, guys.
Thanks,
Thank you
everything.
very much and have a good afternoon.
All right,
Right,
thanks.
enjoy.
Take care.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Bye.
Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome. I didn't do anything, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we were just about done.
Yeah. I think you
Yep,
wrapped up well.
Yep.
Take care.
yep. Have a good weekend.